Northgate still looking for their first points of the season so far, while Kensington sit on top of the table. As Grillo was searching for Stojic, couldn't quite find him. Haskell starting for Northgate, will bring it back in. El Khawaja across to Garcia. Driving through is Garcia. Split ball cut out. Fabrice wins it to Stojic. Switched out to Grillo. Grillo looks for a split pass and just not quite off the head of Fabrice. It was a darting run down the left-hand side. Couldn't quite shape his header to find the target. Marusic. Garcia looks inside to El Khawaja. It's cut out by Ben Grillo, and he'll go around Isho Haskell and finishes it off. Ben Grillo, anticipation at its finest. Cut the pass out through the middle, and a deft touch around Haskell into the top of the net. Brings it to 1-1 for Kensington Eagles. And Northgate's 1-0 start was short-lived. Marusic again. Out to Garcia. A high press from Kensington Eagles. Fabrice looks to win it back, and El Khawaja couldn't quite get it away from Malakia. Garcia finds El Khawaja. Nice back heel, back to El Khawaja, across the goal. Lynn can't quite put it past Ben Grillo. It's a good defensive effort. Positive signs for Northgate. Moving the ball well. Perhaps they can conjure something up from the set piece. Lynn leaves it for Marusic, who looks to the back post, and Lynn can't quite get on it. Took a deflection on the way through. Chris Rose claims a touch came off Lynn, but the referees decide last touch off Stojic, and Garcia will bring it in for Northgate. Lays off El Khawaja. Back to Garcia, and he's happy to reset to Marusic. Marusic to Khawaja. El Khawaja looks to 1v1 Stojic. Stojic had won it back, but Marusic made sure he progressed no further. Ooh, split ball nearly from Fabrice. Couldn't quite find Stojic, and Haskell will look long. Cut out by Fabrice. Finds Stojic. Back heel for Fabrice. Great save from Haskell. Was a good move from Kensington. It's from the corner. Out to Fabrice. We'll switch to Grillo. Touch inside. Takes it down the line. Grillo just runs out of space. Haskell not happy. With a layoff to Marusic. Across to Lynn. Finds El Khawaja. El Khawaja parallel down the line. Marusic gets it under control. Happy to reset to Lynn. Lynn across to Garcia. Finds El Khawaja down the line. He'll go through the middle. Good footwork from El Khawaja. Resets to Marusic. Northgate happy to keep the ball and move it around. Garcia. El Khawaja. Marusic drives through the middle. Gets the better of his player and goes for the shot. Perhaps an optimistic attempt, but the side ball won. Perhaps another chance for a set piece. As Lynn is replaced. By Christian Grillo. Sorry. Still the high press from Malakia and Fabrice, not allowing Northgate to get out from the back. El Khawaja. Marusic switched to Garcia. Garcia finds Khawaja with a 1-2 through the middle. Garcia stands up his man, flicks to the back post. Christian Grillo's up and got his head to it, but couldn't quite direct it on target. Garcia wins the throw from Rose, but just can't quite get under control. Out for a side ball. Malakia will bring it in. Back to Mara. Mara searching forward, finds Tsutsides. He'll hold up versus Marusic. Gets it across to Ben Grillo. He'll pass down the line, and his pass just ill-directed for Tamim Malikia. Couldn't quite wrap it under control. Garcia to Kawaja, out to Marusic. Search down the line for Grillo, and it's cut out by Grillo. Christian Grillo versus Ben Grillo at the back there. As here is Christian Grillo. This pass just wayward for Garcia. Merriman has joined the court to replace Al Khawaja for Northgate. Good little stint from Al Khawaja. Malikia is charging. Will cut across the goal. And Tsutsides perhaps left it for a run he thought may have been coming from Grillo. They weren't quite on the same page. Garcia starved of options. Flicks through to Merriman on the run. He'll recycle well to Marusic. Marusic splits the middle for Grillo. Gets the turn away. Grillo's done well. Tries to go around Rose, but equal to it was Chris Rose. And Kensington can come the other way. Here's Mara. Down the line for Grillo across the goal. Couldn't quite be finished off by Tsutsides, and Haskell looks to go quickly. Grillo wasn't quite on his toes. And Kensington will have it back. Tsutsides' ball. Too strong for Mara. And again, Haskell will bring back in. Finds Garcia. Happy to go through the middle for Grillo. Tries to tee up Merriman, who gets around his player well. Double ball roll from Merriman. Just wide of the top left-hand corner. Rose sends it long. Tsutsides turns, and what a goal from Tsutsides. The long throw from Chris Rose. Tsutsides, no worries, turning to his right foot and smashing it beyond Isha Haskell. On the replay, Haskell didn't know much about it. Kensington Eagles, the league leaders, are 2-1 up against Northgate. Grillo does well to retain possession. Sends it back to Marusic. Cross to Merriman, and again, the Northgate players not quite on the same page here. As Malikia goes down the line. Tsutsides again. Well, he's just so strong at the target. Brings the ball down and just somehow turns and gets the shot away. Not quite hitting the target that time. As Marusic flicks down the line. Grillo, great save. Chris Rose again. Coming out and covering the angles beautifully, Chris Rose. Split down low and a good save to deny Grillo. Marusic through the middle. Merriman gets around, not quite. Good defending from Forrest. And he shields it away for Chris Rose's throw. He'll look long again, and too far as Isho lets it roll through. No touch taken as we keep his ball. Northgate again starved for options from the back. Marusic struggling to find out where exactly he should be moving the ball to. Tamim Malikia switches across to Mara. Back to Malikia. Northgate sit off. Malikia can't quite get past Grillo. Kensington Eagles will have the side ball in the defensive half. Happy to find Tsutsides again. And the layoff ill-directed. Tsutsides looks so dangerous up target every time the ball gets to his feet. You would almost suggest that Haskell is on his toes ready. As a shot comes in from Forrest and just off the post, took a deflection on the way through. Tsutsides to take, looks for Forrest again, the shot's on. And this time ill-directed. Just over the crossbar. as Marusic comes for a rest and is replaced by Reze. Tutsides wins out. And Mara looks through the back post and nearly had it on a plate for Tutsides, who was flying in from the right-hand side. What a goal that would have been for Kensington. Isho Haskell looks long. Brought down by Grillo. He's pressed hard by Malik Yar, but it's still Grillo, and he does well to win Northgate their first corner of the game. It's taken quickly by Reze. Back to Merriman, who looks to go himself. It's blocked by Tutsides, and Tutsides does very well to win the side ball back. Mara across to Forrest. Forrest searching for Tutsides down the line. Couldn't quite find him. Northgate reset. Merriman's ball through the middle is cut out. Always searching through the middle so far, Northgate. Just trying to find the target. Save the first minute. Appears in vain as the ball's cut out again. It's back with Haskell to Merriman. Finds Grillo down the line. Grillo turns, not quite. Can't quite get around Forrest. As Mara is replaced with Malik Yar. Here is Malik Yar. Through the middle to Tutsides again. Tutsides turns, shots away. Over and over again, Northgate allowing it too easy to turn. He's receiving the service at the top of the D. They just can't close the middle, Northgate, at the moment. It's Haskell, looks long for Grillo. Holds off Fabrice very well, and he lays back to Merriman. He'll roll, but Fabrice has won it back, and he'll go alone. 1v1 with Haskell, goes for the chip. Haskell might have not known much about it, but he gets a hand to it. And Kensington forced to reset. A good 1v1 save from Haskell. Again through the middle, go Kensington. Bouncing it around. As Forrest will have a go just inside the half, and a good block from Grillo. The corner comes in. Forrest can't quite get it under control. The last touch off Reze. Here's Forrest again. 1-2s with Fabrice. Who'll look across the goal. It's cut out by Grillo, who can go back the other way. A brilliant challenge there from Malik Yar. Stopped him in his tracks. As Stojic gives Tutsides a rest. Well, Grillo's been found at the back. Couldn't quite get it in turn. And here come Kensington 3v2. Malik Yar through the middle. The shot's on. And a good block from Reze. Once again, Haskell to bring the ball in. Michael Tiaris has found a problem on the far side. No shin pads for Reze. And he'll be replaced by El Kawaja, who comes back onto the court. Garcia as well returning. Finds Reze out wide. Back to Garcia. Garcia cuts inside. Splits it to Merriman. Garcia gets it back, and a shot from the middle. Good save, Chris Rose again. It was maybe an ill-directed shot straight at the keeper, but Chris Rose still equal to it. A good move from Northgate. It's Garcia again, will touch down the line. Finds Reze. And great defending from Forrest. He'll win the side ball back for Kensington. A call to step from the Northgate bench, and they stay up. So the ball finds Stojic long. Good pass from Forrest. Switches out to Malik Yar. And he's happy to reset. Kensington out of the press, much easier than Northgate seem to be getting at the moment. Malik Yar looks to the middle and it's given away. Garcia switches out to Reze and can't quite get under control. Chris Rose will look long, and Stojic couldn't quite get it down either. Frantic moves from both sides here as, again, Northgate look to go quickly, and tactical foul from Forrest, and he's not too impressed with how lightly Garcia made it hit the floor. But certainly a foul, as Marusic has returned to the court. Finds El Kawaja. Finds Garcia through the middle. Good tackle from Ben Grillo, and he'll go again with Isho Haskell, and just can't quite hit the target there in the 1v1. Perhaps a moment of indecision. Can often happen when you've got too much time one-on-one with the keeper. As Marusic has called Northgate into a 4-0 here. They might look to suck Kensington in as Grillo's happy to press, as is Stojic. And Kawaja can't quite find the run of Marusic. It's good in theory from Northgate. They've been struggling to get out of the press, so maybe a different tactic would suit them well. So bounces back and forth, and Grillo wins well over Reze. Drives to the middle. Ben Grillo will have a shot. Isho Haskell down low to his left. As Northgate want timeout. They retain the ball. El Kawaja switches across. Garcia looks down the line for Reze. Back to Garcia through the middle. Garcia does well to win it back, and it's 3v2 for Northgate. Garcia out to Reze and headed off the line by Fabrice, and Grillo can go back the other way. Grillo 1v1 with Marusic. Marusic does well to stop him and delay enough, and Grillo can't quite win it back, and that will be timeout for Northgate. Kensington 2-1 to the good over Northgate here at Darebin Community Sports Stadium. We'll go to a timeout back soon. And we are back from timeout. Perhaps a chance for Northgate to just reset themselves a little bit. Been struggling to get out of press. And Kensington have been dominating most of the game here. Although chances seem equal, Kensington on the counter-attack have definitely had the better of the chances so far as Grillo. Oh, what a ball through the middle, just cut out by El Kawaja. And Lynn looks to set El Kawaja on his way. Just runs out of room. Marusic cuts the ball out to Stojic, but Stojic has done well to get it back, and Stojic will have a go. And a good block by Lynn as Marusic puts his hand up. Not happy with his own defensive efforts there. So shot's on, and how did it not go in from Fabrice at the back post? Mara cut it across and may have come off Fabrice into the post. Couldn't get much closer there. So we are into the stop clock territory here. Marusic. Back to El Kawaja. El Kawaja and Lynn not quite on the same page, and the Kensington bench happy with the press so far. As Malikyar, they will lay off for Grillo. Touch down the line and a shot's on. A deflection again. Michael Tsiaris. Again, not happy. Someone's shin pad on the court. Players get a moment to rest as Grillo will bring the corner back in. Stojic poised down the line. The ball goes through the middle, and Malikyar had a chance. He was unfollowed by Marusic. Just couldn't quite get onto the ball. So Northgate look to build up again. Garcia asks where his options are. Relays the ball to El Khawaja. Marusic across to Lin. Lin to Garcia through the middle. Garcia looks to release Lin back, but the ball's turned over and Grillo, perhaps a hand into the face of Garcia. An accidental foul, but the Kensington bench not impressed. Sometimes the arms get thrown back in an attempt to control the ball, and that occasion Grillo just catching Garcia in the face. Garcia will line up the free kick just in front of the halfway line. Plays across to Marusic, will have a go. Well blocked by Mara. Haskell, happy to see it out. Northgate into their 4-0 shape again as Marusic is driven through and Garcia's given it away and Mara will have a go. And Garcia's done well to block, the danger not quite averted. As Malikia with the shot comes in and Al Khawaja now, nice feet, wins the foul in the defensive half. Another big chance for Kensington. Still only 2-1 despite the chances they have had. Some might consider it could be a higher score than that, given they have had the momentum since the opening minutes of the game. Rose looks long, finds Sucides, 1v1 with El Khawaja. Happy to just hold it back and reset to Grillo. Mara, back to Grillo. Grillo looks forward. Back to Malikia. Mara. Malikia out to Grillo. Grillo looks through. Good ball. And Mara couldn't quite finish it off on the back post again. And Northgate and Isho Haskell always looking to start the game quickly. As it's 2 touches there. Isho Haskell rolled it out and under the press from Kensington Eagles, Jeremy Lin was forced to go back to the keeper. And 2 touches for Northcote will bring an indirect free kick.
Just call this guy Jeremy Lin. No, what's his name? Peter Lee.
What can Kensington conjure up from the set piece? Every Northcote player between the sticks here. Although Tutsides looks like he has a gap on that back post. It was laid off for Ben Grillo and he fires it into the top of the net. A quality finish from the free kick from Grillo. Was laid off by Malikia. And Grillo just fired it over the head of Marusic and Merriman. Merriman turning around in the wall, not always the best solution, but safe to say I don't think it would have helped staying front on. The finish was tucked away beautifully from Ben Grillo. The ball again back with Kensington. As Rose finds Tutsides, clever feet to get out of pressure. And Kensington again will build up from the back. Grillo, Malikia, out to Mara. Mara finds Tutsides who looks through the middle. It's given away to Marusic. Again, can't get past Grillo who's just been so solid on the flanks defensively. Every time he wins the ball, just looking to go back the other way.
Easy, boys, easy. Thank you.
They're not happy with each other, Grillo and Marusic. Perhaps one left either way. As here is Marusic on the run, and Malikia cut out well. They like to get into it.
10 seconds.
Marusic with a question of how long's left. 13 seconds to go, in fact. As Merriman looks forward, and Peter Lin couldn't quite get it under control. Malikia cleared the lines. Now it will be 10 seconds to go for Northcote. Can Northcote perhaps bring back some momentum going into the second half? Marusic looks across the goal. It's cut out by Malikia. Another chance for Northgate. Marusic lays it off for Garcia. Back to Merriman. Merriman touch and shot. And Rose saves comfortably, but it wasn't quite out of danger. And still not quite, but the siren sounds. And we'll go into halftime of the Series Futsal Championship opening game. Kensington 3-1 to Northgate. We'll be back after the break. As we return, Northgate have pushed hard in the first half, but no match for the counterattacks of Kensington as of yet. Kensington lead 3-1 in round four of the Series Futsal Championship. Peter Lynn, Ryan Merriman, Giovanni Garcia and Marco Marusic. As Marusic finds Merriman through the middle, and that was perhaps the second pass onto the back post. He went alone, and the post saved it, Chris Rose from copping one on the front post. So Rose will bring it in. Finds Forrest. Mara back to Forrest. Couldn't get past Marusic, and Marusic was going in ferociously. Marusic trying to lift the energy perhaps for Northgate. Forrest doesn't appear too bothered. Unusual from Marusic, usually a calm player, but no doubt when they're down, he does like to pick it up and fight hard. There's Mara. Finds Fabrice, who looks through the middle. Tsutsides. Back to Mara. Mara has the shot on Peter Lynn. And it's cut out by Garcia, who finds Marusic. Slows the game down. Back to Lynn. Across to Garcia. Garcia stands up his man. Looks to the middle for Lynn. Lynn does well to get around Tsutsides and sliding. Couldn't quite direct his shot past Chris Rose, who releases quickly. Northgate sit halfway. The ball finds Tsutsides at the target again. Now Mara. Back to Forrest. Out to Tsutsides. Tries to split the pass to Fabrice, but Merriman's equal to it. And Kensington will bring the ball back in. Switched across to Mara. Back to Fabrice. Fabrice down the line, Tsutsides. Content to just return it. Fabrice will have a shot. He's very optimistic from that range and couldn't quite hit the target. Just missed to the right. Kensington have come out firing again in the second half. Though Northgate look like they've picked up the energy a little. Still Kensington that are holding onto the ball. And Northgate, they can't quite find that pass to get out of pressure. Several times now they've looked for the target and can't quite get it under control. Tsutsides is found again. Flicks it on for Forrest. Goes over his head to Tsutsides and in comes Mara. He couldn't quite direct to the target again. Ooh, fancy footwork from Grillo. The shot comes away on his left foot. Chris Rose catches and releases quickly for Fabrice through the middle. A great save by Haskell. And followed up again. Double save from Isho Haskell. Low down to the right. Again on the front post, Isho Haskell. Keeping Northgate in the game here. Fabrice sends it all the way back to Tsutsides. Down the line and deep was Forrest and deflecting off Merriman to the head of Fabrice. He couldn't quite turn it goalward. Kensington again looking so dangerous through the center of the court. As Haskell throws long to Grillo. Just can't get it under control. Tsutsides didn't have much work to do. Oh, and a double nutmeg from Fabrice. Couldn't quite keep the ball. I'd be happy with the clip. Rolling through two sets of legs in the middle. As Kensington looked to send it long. Chris Rose finds touch for Haskell. Who'll roll to Marusic. Grillo. Garcia looks to go quickly and Fabrice wins it. Haskell out. Quickly to clear his lines. Fabrice lays it off for Tsutsides and Haskell again had to split low to save it. It's the pressure building up from Kensington here. Grillo can't get around Forrest, who may have been fouled going the other direction. Kensington bench not happy. The referee's nothing doing. Here is Tsutsides. He'll have a go, and Tsutsides has finished it off. Merriman came across and couldn't quite close his legs. The shot through to the bottom left corner. Haskell was unsighted. And Kensington make it 4-1. It's hard work for Northgate from here on out. Here they do find that pass through the middle. Grillo can turn and shoot, and saved by Rose. Grillo again, and Fabrice this time blocked it. That's the pass that Northgate have been looking for. That pass through the middle to get out of the press straight away, and that time Grillo turning magnificently. Northgate not happy again. Claiming Fabrice has his arms up when he's blocking, but a natural position is probably more appropriate. Marusic holds the ball up and lays to Grillo again. Grillo will turn out to his right foot and just loses control of the ball. Stojic goes to the middle and goes searching and just put wide by Malik Yar. Haskell came out and perhaps would have had it covered. Couldn't quite tuck it into the corner, and again, Kensington Eagles just too quick for Northgate on that counter-attack. Grillo has been found again, and there is that pass to reset. Get out of the press for Northgate. Marusic happy to keep it at the back. Plays out to Merriman, and the ball just evades him and finds touch. Kensington bench singing their appraisals for the press of the players on the court. Fabrice out to Grillo. Grillo down the line, and Christian Grillo hasn't followed. Back to Fabrice, and Grillo will find Malik Yar on the back post. Had an acre of space and just couldn't bring it under control. It was a good move from Kensington again, and Northgate perhaps a bit lazy, just not following their players. It's Haskell. Finds Grillo. Can't go past Ben Grillo. He's pressing hard. Pressing hard on Malik Yar and wins the ball back. Chris Rose not best pleased with the referee. Marusic looks to go past Stojic. Stojic wins it and go the other way. And Marusic hasn't done enough as Malik Yar cuts it back to Stojic. He sits Isho Haskell down and finishes straight past him. 5-1 for Kensington. Malik Yar, great pass across, and Haskell just couldn't do much about it. Slid across for what he thought was the initial shot. And Stojic had the presence of mind to just cut it back and finish off. Merriman finds El Khawaja. Good feet to get past Stojic. And although he went through his legs, the ball just evaded and couldn't stay in. As Kensington released quickly with Grillo. Happy to reset. Malik Yar across to Grillo. Grillo can't go past and then does go past El Khawaja. But a big block from Christian Grillo, and they'll go back the other way. Rizé looks to the middle. It's cut out by Malik Yar. And Grillo's pass back across, cut out by Merriman, and then he'll play it off Grillo for the side ball. Both Grillos singing each other their praises there. As Christian Grillo comes to the bench for Northgate. El Khawaja back to Merriman. Merriman searching through for El Khawaja and perhaps asked a little too much of him there on the return. It was a stinging pass. As Rose finds Stojic. Stojic, big isolation, and turns onto his left foot. Haskell again forced to make the save. It's been a repeating problem for Northgate today. Kensington finding it a little too easy to get on the turn, and perhaps just need to step off the targets a little more to prevent that. As Malik Yar retains it well, back to Grillo. Out to Stojic. Stojic looks through the middle, and Mara was darting, but Stojic couldn't quite find him. So Rizé. Optimistic attempt straight into Grillo. And he'll flick past Rizé. Grillo looks to the middle, and El Khawaja will win it. He'll play Merriman, he'll cut it across, and Rizé on the half volley. Perhaps should have done a little better. Couldn't quite tuck it away on target. It was a good move from Northgate. Rizé and Merriman get the switch, and Grillo goes through. Again, Northgate cut open. Malik Yar will switch to Grillo. He'll look to the back post, and there's two of them, they're queuing up. And Mara couldn't quite turn it onto the target. Grillo looking also dangerous throughout this game. Kensington certainly proving why they deserve their place at the top of the table. Northgate still chasing that first point of the season, and it appears time may be running out for them to do that today. Here's Grillo, content to just wait on the ball. Back to Tamim Malikyar. Flicks through the middle for Tsutsides. He'll turn Reze and cut it across, and Garcia cuts out well, and El Khawaja will go the other way with speed. Almost too much speed to get the ball under control. And Chris Rose will release it. Grillo. Cross to Malikyar, back to Grillo. 1v1 with El Khawaja. Finds a split ball to Tsutsides, and Reze does very well. Probably a better way to do it for Northgate. Don't let the middle be played too easily, and if the target does get the ball, step off until he turns, and once he turns, then step into him. Been defending too close to Tsutsides and Stojic today, allowing them to get hands on and just turn and shoot. Far too easy. It's Malikyar. Lays for Grillo, who'll have a shot. And Garcia was taking no chances on the back post. Cleared away for a Kensington side ball again. Tsutsides. Down the line to Mara. Switched across to Ben Grillo. Fabrice finds Mara. Garcia again cutting the ball out. And El Khawaja again looks to go alone the other way. Was one out by himself and managed to win a side ball for Northgate. Perhaps they can reset. Back to Reze. Switched across to Jawad Reze. Mati El Khawaja. Finds his captain. Garcia. Back to Reze. The ball moving well in a 4-0 from Northgate. But the press from Kensington is coming. And a foul on Ben Grillo. Not impressed, as he would rather the ref play advantage, but the ball had found its way out. And the foul was called. El Khawaja uses Haskell. Down the line to Reze. Here's El Khawaja again, out to Garcia. Garcia finds El Khawaja through the middle on the run. And Chris Rose made the original save. And El Khawaja couldn't quite keep it from going out. He looked to just dink it over Chris Rose. He was equal to it, saving on the chest. His throw finds the wire at the top of the roof. The bane of all keepers at DCSS. El Khawaja looks to go 1v1 with Fabrice. Garcia looks to come over the screen, and El Khawaja's lost out to Grillo. And last touch off Grillo. He's given the ball back to Haskell. As we enter stop clock territory, the last 5 minutes of the first game of the championship tonight. Northgate, despite moving the ball not terribly, lost out too many times. And Kensington's counterattacks and target use have been no match for them. Kensington do lead 5-1 and retain their spot at the top of the table. Unless Northgate could be able to pull back 4 or 5 goals here. Garcia has missed his touch coming back across. Kensington and Fabrice will take their time. Reset to Tsutsides. He'll have a go. And nearly a jammy little flick from Forrest in the center of Isha Haskell's D. Might have caught him out. Northgate look to hold the ball again. Garcia relays for Reze. Finds Reze down the line. And Forrest was up to it. Merriman will return to the court for Northgate. Recycled to El Khawaja. Kensington continuing to press high. Merriman's flick down the line is ill-directed. And Tutsides will bring it back to Fabrice. Kensington just getting into their shape. Not looking to rush anything here as they do lead 5-1. Forest happy to just switch across to Fabrice. Looks for Tutsides down the line, and Rosé's done well. Not let him hold up the ball. Fabrice perhaps would have rather Tutsides waits as the ball was found through the middle from Mara. Tutsides couldn't quite get on the end, and El Khawaja was looking to go around Fabrice. Appealed to the ref, but nothing doing as it's Forest's turn to just not quite get the ball under control. And Northgate win it back. El Khawaja to Marusic. Across to Merriman. Merriman looks down the line. Marusic couldn't quite find him. Running backwards, always hard to get the ball under control. Stojic slips his way past Marusic and Garcia, and Marusic did well to get back and cut the ball out. But again, just too easy as Stojic will have the shot. Blocked by Merriman, back to Stojic, he'll have a chance again. Haskell saves, Marusic to Merriman, and it's cleared. Just again, too easy for Stojic as he walks through the middle. And the scramble on the goal line just barely cleared away by Marusic and Merriman. As Fabrice will go out El Khawaja, and El Khawaja says, no thank you, you won't be passing today. Sends it out for another Kensington side ball. Time running out here, 2 minutes 45 to go. As Mara lays it back to Fabrice. Stojic holds it off Garcia and turns well. Forrest will have a go. Haskell, another save. Haskell's done his job tonight. Although conceding a few, he's kept the ball out of the net for the most part. As Kensington claim a corner. Mara to take. All the way back to Stojic. Stojic will line up the shot. Only as far as Merriman, and Garcia does well to hold it off him and does find Merriman, who cuts inside, finds Garcia in the gap and couldn't quite get it under control on the second attempt. As Mason Fitzgerald is onto the court for his first minutes for Northgate in the seniors. A recent signing from Ravenhall Raptors. As Northgate look to step up and put some pressure on Kensington. Stojic almost loses out to Fitzgerald, but does well with Fabrice to retain possession. Fabrice finds Stojic through the middle. And a back heel finds its way to Mara. Mara will turn back. Still with Mara. Recycles all the way back to Forrest. Oh, and Forrest went searching for Fabrice, and perhaps the game just wearing on a little, the legs getting weary, and a few missed touches here from both sides. There's Marusic. Finds Merriman. Merriman across to Garcia through the middle. Back to Merriman, and he'll finish it off. A good play there from Northgate. Finished off by Merriman. Just cut through the middle. Forrest lost track of him, and a good return pass from Garcia. Fitzgerald cleared the space well. He was finished off past Chris Rose. As it's cut out by Marusic here, he looks to go forward. He finds Garcia. He'll turn and finish through the legs of Chris Rose. And could the comeback be on here for Northgate? 2 goals in 20 seconds. And they bring it back to 5-3. Kensington look to call a timeout to perhaps settle the nerves. As we'll go to a break. It's 5-3, Kensington over Northgate. As we return from timeout, Northgate on the comeback here. They look to be setting up for fifth man. El Khawaja with the top on the bench. We're geared up for a huge last minute here. Is it sent back by Kensington? Up go Northgate. It's one out by Garcia through the middle. He flicks it on for Fitzgerald, who goes around Grillo, not quite, and Grillo's blocking well. The ball out for keeper's ball. Northgate not happy, claiming a corner. As Rose looks long, it's cut out by Marusic. Fitzgerald does well, sets it back for Merriman. Switched across to Garcia. He'll flick down the line for Marusic. And Grillo gets across, taking no chances, sends it out. Northgate up to the fifth man. El Khawaja subbing with Haskell. Perhaps looking for that chance just to get one more back and really put the screws into Kensington here. El Khawaja back to Merriman. Across to Marusic. Skips the pass to El Khawaja. He touches inside. Back to Merriman. Merriman. El Khawaja down the line. Fitzgerald. Can't quite cut it across. Well defended by Malik Yar, but Northgate moved the ball well. Fitzgerald. Back to El Khawaja. Across to Merriman. Finds Fitzgerald in the corner. The shot was on for Fitzgerald, but Stojic wins out. And the goal's open, and he couldn't quite find the net. As El Khawaja will stay. And perhaps that shot, giving the ball back to Northgate, rendering them maybe another chance. As the ball split through to Fitzgerald. He's missed it, but a touch off Stojic means it will be a corner. Fitzgerald can't quite find El Khawaja, but Marusic wins back through the middle, and here's Grillo. The goal's open, and Marusic has to come across and clear. 10 seconds to go, and you think perhaps time may have run out for Northgate. Ciaris not happy, and Haskell will be receiving a yellow card here. Can't throw the bib when you're subbing on fifth man. And Ben teaching their lesson to sub correctly. Just perhaps ensuring that Kensington couldn't go quickly while there was no keeper in goal, but pays the price for it, does Haskell. Grillo will drop it off for Fabrice. He's happy to just hold it up against Marusic. Takes it to the corner. Fitzgerald and Marusic converge, and they win out, and Garcia was fouled. But to no avail for Northgate as time will run out. It was almost as though Fitzgerald subbed on, and Northgate sparked up some hope. 2 quick goals that looked as though a comeback was on, but Kensington, a timeout and a settler of the nerves, ensures that they get the job done over Northgate. 5-3. They'll remain at the top of the table. Don't go anywhere. We've got plenty more Series Futsal Championship action coming to you for the rest of the day. I'll see you soon. True. Where's full time? Where's full time? Where's full time? How long those took me, mate? How long? 3 hours each.
في أكبر الكتب
And we are back in the Series Futsal Championship. Got Braybrook taking on Bulleen FC here at DCSS. Bulleen so far started their season well with 2 wins from 2, scoring 12 goals and only conceding just the 4, putting them in the race for the title as they sit second on the ladder. Braybrook, on the other hand, have had a difficult start to the season. Still chasing their first win after 3 games. Maybe today might be the day they can get it done. Only a smaller squad with 1 on the bench compared to Bulleen's 3, and it may prove difficult. Bulleen string possession together, but it's lost out, and looks like a foul maybe. The Bulleen bench not happy as Fan went into the back of Gallo there. Bulleen just retaining possession at the start of the game. Bulleen looking to keep their perfect record alive today with a 3rd win from 3, and Fan in hard again. Started the game with a bit of aggression. High Fan. I mean, with a big challenge there. Zoyce switches it out to Kusaratis. Kusaratis went at Newen and couldn't quite get the best of him. Kusaratis will send it back to Gallo. Gallo looks to the middle, and there's an attempted flick from Hussein there. Just found a little pocket of space in the D. Couldn't quite direct it on the target. Hilly releases to Fan. Find Taipei through the middle. Back to Newen. Braybrook look to move the ball well, but it's cut out from Gallo. Taipei will go and have a hit. And a pull to save from Patricius, who will release it quickly for Kusaratis. Here he goes at Newen. And recycles it to Zoyce. Zoyce happy to just calm the game down. Now to Kusaratis, finds Hussein. Lays off for Gallo. Back to Zoyce. Hussein, touch inside and the shot's on, and just equal to it was Pili. Through the legs of Fan was the shot. Hussein with venom on that strike will win the first corner of the game. As it goes out to Zoyce. Finds Gallo. Hussein touches and faces Fan. He's directing and pointing and recycles to Gallo. Hussein again. Zoyce drops for the option. Searching for Kusaratis through the middle. Newen does well, and Kusaratis, incensed with the referees, was sure he was fouled. Perhaps Braybrook could have gone the other way here as Gallo cuts inside, and again, it's cut out by Mutabati. It's a heated start to this affair. Kusaratis can't go no further than Taipei. Braybrook will bring it in. Kusaratis does well, but Taipei gets the better of him. It's rolled out for Hussein. He cuts inside Hussein and drags the shot to the left. Dropped out to Fan. Here's Newen. A call of press from the Bulleen bench. So the ball finds Taipei through the middle. He can't quite get it under control. Hussein will release Gallo. And Taipei did well to drop back and win it back. And now will go back the other way himself. Gallo staying with him and gets the better of him as it goes out for a Bulleen ball. Strong start from Bulleen, lots of chances here as it's recycled all the way back to Patricus. Looks through the middle and the back post was open if Zoyce had been aware of it, and the shot's on. It was a long range effort from Fan and not troubling Patricus at all, who had done well to get back. Counterattacks finds Zoyce. Back to Gallo. Zoyce searching through the middle. It's cut out by Fan, but Hussein will win it back, and counterattacks can turn. And Hussein will finish it off. Was a good original save, but the ball just laid back to Hussein, and from his first original pass, perhaps deserved the chance himself and finished off well. Bulleen one to the good, and their chances of keeping their perfect record alive is off to a good start. Almost looked like a little clip on the back of Nguyen there from Hussein, but staying on his feet, it's unlikely to win a foul. And Bulleen have won the ball back. Was a good chance for Braybrook from the kickoff, and Gallo will have a shot himself. Blocked by Nguyen, and Taipei can go back the other way with Hussein. Hussein did well to delay, and Gallo got back, and now Fan will find Nguyen. Nguyen 1v1 with Hussein, rolls inside, Mutsabati. Good defending from Gallo to get a foot in, and Mutsabati runs out of room. The ball will find touch for Patricus. We'll drop it for Zoyce. Zoyce finds Counterattacks. He'll play through the middle, and Futterat, the shot is on. He rolls through the middle, and as easy as you like, sends it beyond Pili. Looked as though Nguyen went to cover off the 1-2 pass, and Futterat said thank you very much. Smashed it to the top of the net. Bringing it again, and Counterattacks looks to go. Shot. It's a good block from Fan. Bulleen are looking ready, looking aggressive. Braybrook don't seem to have an answer. It's the ball from Futterat. Couldn't quite get onto Counterattacks. But Braybrook under immense pressure here. Still searching for their first win of the season. Zoyce wins the header, and Taipei can't quite get onto it. Patricus happy to roll out to Gallo. Gallo cuts through the middle again. Only as far as Taipei. Cycles to Counterattacks. Counterattacks directing traffic. Will find Futterat. A good press here from Fan. Futterat can't quite get past him. But Bulleen will keep the ball. Zoyce finds Gallo, who looks for the scoop ball through the middle. And Nguyen did well to get onto it. Back to Pili. And Nguyen will bring Braybrook up the court to Mutsabati. Fan searching for Nguyen, and he gets onto it, and Futterat dropped aggressively to win the ball. Sends it out for Braybrook's first corner of the game. Perhaps a chance to get back into the game. What can they conjure up from the set piece? Nguyen rolls down the line, and Fan had it teed up. Just couldn't get his head over the ball, and sailed high and wide over the crossbar. First real chance for Bulleen. Here's Counterattacks. Turned and shot, and the ball was blocked again as Pexty comes onto the court and will take the corner. Back for Counterattacks. Counterattacks cutting inside. Taipei looks to have come off second best in that encounter, and he's limping off to the bench. Bulleen looked to take advantage of a player down, and Gallo will go himself. Was just beyond the halfway point, and a good save from Pili draws a third corner for Bulleen. Footerat will take. And Patricus once again has come a long way, and Footerat looks in the middle. And Pexty stolen a yard on Fan, turned it goalward and pulled a good save from Pilly. Gallo sends it back for Patricus. Patricus will toe poke himself, and Counterattacks was flying through the middle. Couldn't quite wrangle the ball. As Rasul, the Bulleen captain, steps onto the court for the first time. Replaces Counterattacks. 2-0 to the good Bulleen. It's a long ball. It's cut out by Patricus, and Bulleen can come back the other way with Gallo. Cuts out wide. A good tackle from Ewan. And here's Rasul. The Bulleen captain makes his mark seconds after entering the court. Step beyond the halfway line. As easy as you like, the defenders backed off and he said, "Thank you very much." Bottom left corner. Off the post. Pilly was left stranded. Bulleen 3-0 and could get ugly here for Braybrook. They found Ewan through the middle and Patricus split well, and Gallo did well to keep it in as Ewan will press. And Gallo goes beyond 2. Flicked on by Footerat, and Gallo, what a goal from Gallo. From one end of the pitch to the other, a 1-2 with Footerat. Just flicked inside, and a great touch and finish from Gallo. Goal of the game so far for sure. Bulleen all of a sudden find themselves 4-0 up. And they want timeout. As Ewan only as far as Patricus. It's reset with Gallo, who'll drive through the middle again. Footerat will flick it on for Gallo, who gets it over Ewan. And goes for the back post pass, couldn't quite thread it. Utabatsi will come the other way, and Rasul does well to win it back. Bulleen struggling for answers to, rather Braybrook struggling for the answers to Bulleen at the moment. Fan can't quite thread the pass through. And it will be a timeout for Bulleen as they lead Braybrook 4-0, looking to keep their perfect record intact. We'll be back right after the break. Returning from timeout, called by Bulleen. Unclear of the reason, perhaps just searching for a break, as they have started well, leading 4-0 to Braybrook. Their perfect record staying intact. Braybrook really need to find some answers, and they need to find them soon. So the game will slip away, of course. Still a half and half a half to go. 4-0 is a big deficit to overcome. Ewan gives it back to Ewan, who looks for Mutabati, and he can't quite bring it down on the chest. Patricus releases quickly for Hussein, and it's flicked on by Pexty, and Hussein couldn't quite get onto it from there. And the way Bulleen play, lots of flair in their movements, in the dribbles, in the passes. It's entertaining to watch. Braybrook struggling to keep up with the caliber at the moment. As Rasul finds Hussein down the line. Hussein feints and turns and Goes for the back post and Rasul on the press. Made sure Nguyen couldn't release for Fan. Find a goalkeeper's ball for Pili. Taipei comes back to the court after copping a knock early in the game. And Jimmy Nguyen couldn't quite find Richard Nguyen. Pexty will release Rasul, who's free again and will toe poke his way. And Bulleen manager perhaps suggesting a deflection. The refs nothing doing. And Fan just couldn't quite get the throw under control from Pili. It's Bulleen a chance to reset. Andreas Zeus returns to the pitch to replace Rasul. Ball's cut out by Nguyen and Fan will go himself. Look to switch to Taipei. Again, it's always hard to control the ball running backwards, and perhaps Fan should have just taken it on himself there in the outnumber 2v3. The highest percentage pass. Bulleen win the ball back either way. Hussein. Happy to take his time. Goes to the middle for Pexty, and Pexty wanted Futterat to continue his run down the left-hand side. Weren't quite on the same wavelength. Braybrook taking every second of respite they can. We near stop clock territory. 5 minutes to go. Hussein gets the ball from Pexty. Recycles to Zeus. Zeus will switch to Futterat. It's 1v1 with Nguyen. He's looked to be very fancy today, Futterat. The long ball is cut out by Futterat, and strong is Pexty. And a slide comes in. Lucky he didn't connect anything there, and it was a good save from Pili. And again on the follow-up, Futterat couldn't quite finish it off. Looked dangerous on the counter-attack, do Bulleen. Futterat wins out and finds Pexty through the middle. He can't quite turn it, and Pili's been cleaned up by his own teammate. Time's been stopped here. And Pili doesn't look in the best way. Taipei was running back and just collected him. Perhaps a small break in the game here. Braybrook do not have another keeper, nor do they have more than one substitute on the bench. So they can't afford to lose anyone, and especially not Pili. He stood up and he looks to be okay. Drop ball will be for Braybrook. So they were in possession. Everyone ready to go. And action will be resumed. And Fan can't quite find Nguyen through the middle. Been the story of the day so far for Braybrook. Another story of the day is Gallo charging and splitting balls through the middle from the back, as he has done so far, leading to goals for Bulleen. So he's tearing it up at the moment. Zeus finds Counterattacks. Happy to cut it back to Gallo. The middle's open and Gallo will go there to Hussein. Returns the 1-2 and look to slide it through for Counterattacks. Jimmy Nguyen was equal to it and sends it all the way back to Pili. Plays to Richard Nguyen. Finds Taipei. And he sent it back, and Pili's left it, opting to take a corner rather than conceding a double touch indirect free kick. Perhaps a wise decision. Counterattacks will take the corner. Can't find Zeus through the middle. Richard Nguyen got his feet tangled up, but Taipei can release Fan. Fan looks to go past and can't quite get past Gallo. On the double was Gallo. The first tackle good and the second tackle even better. Not letting him get anywhere. Fan will bring it in. Richard Nguyen back to Fan. Fan looks to go at Counterattacks and another strong tackle from Counterattacks. Nguyen. Sends it back to Fan. Fan looks to thread it for Nguyen and he's on, and Counterattacks did so well to get back and stick a foot in at the expense of a corner. Bulleen clamping down on anything Braybrook try and create here. Nguyen sends it for Taipei. Back to Nguyen, and his pass is cut out by Hussein, and Fan's done well there. Nguyen will have a shot or look to pass to the back post and perhaps caught in two minds. His ball ends a long throw for Patricus to no avail. Pili will reset, and here goes Richard Nguyen through the middle. On Gallo, gets past him well, not once but twice. Counterattacks careful not to foul. He's found Taipei in the corner. Bulleen do well to get back. Fan will cut inside, but not past Counterattacks, who'll go on the break here. And the shot to, almost the shot was on. He went to the back post, and Hussein again couldn't quite keep up with the play. Nguyen dropped well, and Pili came out to close his angles, and in the end, Braybrook perhaps escaped without a goal there. Taipei looks long and cut out by Counterattacks. Hussein goes in hard, and the last touch of Richard Nguyen. Bulleen happy to recycle and keep the ball. Counterattacks steps through the middle and splits it for Husseini, and again just asking too much of Husseini down the right hand side. And Braybrook want timeout. As the ball's out for them, we will go into a timeout with 2 minutes to go. Bulleen lead Braybrook 4-0. We are back from timeout. Bulleen leading Braybrook 4-0 in the second clash of the championship today. Braybrook perhaps just use the timeout to regather themselves as Mutabati has a chance. The first real chance, perhaps for Braybrook, draws a strong save from Patricus. Nguyen will have a go himself, and a corner again. Good block from Gallo. Winding down to the last 2 minutes of the first half. Mutabati will look through the middle, and Zois was aware, and Zois came across, and Zois sent it out for a side ball. Mutabati will find Taipei. He hits Fan in the middle, and Zois came across again and prevented what could have been a certain goal for Braybrook. Patricus wasn't sure of it. Braybrook momentum just building a little here after their timeout. Back to Pili, and Pexty wins out again. Mutabati looks to set Fan on his way, and a strong tackle from Gallo, who goes in again and wins. As it appears, we may have lost coverage for a second. Perhaps a loose cable, but we're back online now as Rasul cuts inside, has his shot blocked. Hussein happy to just take the string out of the game, winding down to the last minute. He'll switch across to Zoyce. Back to Hussein, and Rasul directing Zoyce to get out as he comes across to take his place. Pexi. Back to Hussein. Just real happy to take the time out of the game. He'll return the ball all the way back to Patrikas. Call of press from Mutabatsi, and Rasul's pass was wayward. Pexi couldn't trap it. And Braybrook will win the ball back. Mutabatsi. As Pili comes up into a fly goalkeeper situation. Ewan will find Pili, and Pili can't get it under control, and he'll carry it out. It's keeper's ball, and Pili's going to have to retreat a long way, and Zoyce wasn't aware of it. Thought perhaps a side ball. Richard Nguyen looks to go on the break. Pexi tracks with him. Nguyen looks to go inside. Patrikas picks up, no worries. So we're near half-time. It's been a strong half from Bulleen, who look to continue their undefeated record. Braybrook still yet to record a victory this season. Are down 4-0 to the Lions. As we go to the break, we'll be back shortly. back from halftime. Bulleen forwarded the good over Braybrook. Continuing on with their strong start to the season. And maybe starting the first half off with a bang. Counterattacks had a chance. Counterattacks, rather. Apologies. As Braybrook look to have their first chance of the game. And Mutabatsi just struck wide. Positive starts from both teams. Footerat recycles it for Zoyce. Bulleen been dominant all game, with and without the ball. Although, must be said, most of the time it would be with the ball. Rasul looks down the line, cut out by Mutabatsi. And Bulleen just stepping high on Braybrook, not allowing them an inch of space. Zoyce clears away for a side ball. Fan. Back to Mutabatsi. Ewan cuts inside, back to Fan. So look to split the pass through to Taipei. Did cop a knock in the first half, Taipei, but appears okay. It's Rasul. Finds Zoyce. Now to Counterattacks, back to Zoyce. Counterattacks again. Promising movement here from Bulleen as Footerat will cut through the middle. Finds Counterattacks and turning onto the left foot. Just dragged the shot to the close side of the goal. And Pili will fire long for Taipei. Off his foot onto the hand by his side, and despite Bulleen's protests, it's waved away. The ball kept by Braybrook. And Taipei wins the ball and gets it past the keeper. Patricus came out and it was a good finish by Taipei. He won it back so strongly off Counterattacks, and then just the toe poke finish. Patricus left stranded, and Braybrook may have one arm into the door here. Still 4-1 to Bulleen, but it's a promising start to the second half for Braybrook. Ewan, it's cut out by Rasul, and he'll go 3v2. Counterattacks has a shot. It's saved, and Footerat looked to cut it across back to Rasul. Ewan did well. Found its way out for a corner. Rasul brings it through the middle. Looking for Counterattacks. Mutabatsi was equal. Sends it all the way back to Patricus. Zoyce finds Rasul. Rasul is pressed by Taipei, and Taipei's won it. And Braybrook can go 3v2. Fan switches out to Ewan. Back to Fan through the middle. Up goes Taipei, and Patricus. It's brilliant chase back from Footerat to get a foot in. Now Bulleen maybe go the other way. Counterattacks steps past Ewan, and Ewan dives in strongly to win it. Counterattacks still got the ball across, and it's frantic back and forth here. Braybrook, one out against Bulleen, 4v3. Counterattacks not coming back further than halfway, but Mutabatsi's ball cut out by Footerat. And Footerat skips beyond Mutabatsi, and Footerat will go himself, and a good save by Pili. Here is Counterattacks. Cuts through the middle, and Pili a solid foot in. Send all the way back to Patricus. We'll roll out for Zoyce. Cross to Counterattacks. Standing up Fan. Happy to recycle to Zoyce. Counterattacks looks through the middle, and it's one out. And here go Braybrook, Richard Ewan. Pexi got back, and the shot came away from Taipei. Just missed, and Patricus will release quickly for Counterattacks. He goes at Taipei, slides inside, and a foul called on Taipei. Just stuck a foot in as Counterattacks went past him. Stopping the attack, and Bulleen will have a free kick. Counterattacks will step up to the kick. The shot's on, and good save by Pili. And Taipei clears the lines. Pexty brings it back to Zeus. Pexty and Zeus happy to bounce it between each other. Pexty finds Counterattacks down the line. Splits the ball through to Zeus. He's in the D. Didn't fancy turning, and he'll get the ball across to Pexty. Fan came across well. Taipei finds Richard Nguyen through the middle. Can't go past Pexty. Pexty's won the ball well. Into Richard Nguyen. We out for a Bulleen side ball. High up the pitch. Be a chance for a set piece here. Zeus lays it off for Footer. He'll touch and shoot, and was traipsing through and didn't trouble Pili. Pili drops it for Fan. Fan out to Nguyen. Murabati supports through the middle, as does Fan, and again can't go beyond Counterattacks, who will come to the bench, replaced by Gallo. Fan will have a go himself, and an optimistic effort from a touch inside the halfway line. Perhaps that's what Braybrook need. Just one little chance to go their way. A long shot to find a deflection. Just to push them into the game a little bit more. Still 4-1 down against Bulleen, who, as repeatedly said, maintain their perfect record. Looking at 3 wins on the bounce here. Murabati. 1v1 with Gallo. Not going anywhere, and we'll cycle to Fan, who'll look through the middle first time to Nguyen. Back to Murabati. Fan searching forward again, and couldn't quite latch onto it, could Taipei. Petrikis gives it to Gallo. Switched across from Pexty, and he was looking for Footer. Couldn't quite find him, and Braybrook will play quickly through Pili. Out to Taipei. Strong defensive effort from Zeus. Sends it out for a Braybrook side ball. Taipei lays off for Nguyen. Will hold it up against 2 Bulleen defenders. Gallo fought hard to keep it in, but in the end concedes the side ball. Brought in quickly to Fan. Switched out to Murabati. Murabati looks forward. 1v1 with Pexty, and will set back for Fan, who has a go. Blocked by Footerat, and Fan will go around Pexty again, and again he'll shoot. And Bulleen have called a timeout. 4-1 to the good. Well, they're only losing 0-1 in the second half here. So perhaps just a moment to bring in the boys and sort out their defensive shape and their attacking mindset this half. We'll be back soon, right after the break. for the visual. I'm new to operating the stream deck, and a couple misclicks are bound to happen. There's a high press from Braybrook, is fought out by Gallo. And Richard Nguyen has pushed in hard. And it looks like could kick off here. Michael Tiaras pulls out the yellow card, and perhaps lucky for Bulleen that they kept their heads there. Gallo looked like he wanted a piece of Nguyen. Strong hand in his chest was Nguyen. They're fighting with each other for the ball. And a card perhaps to come to the bench. Hexty on the bench, receiving a yellow card for his outburst to the referees. And it will be a Braybrook ball, as the side ball was for Braybrook. Before the foul occurred, yellow cards going to both teams here. Richard Nguyen and Hexty from Braybrook and Bulleen respectively. Just winding some time down from the game and really just stamping down the intensity that has come with this second half. As Braybrook look to go forward through Fan, and a strong hand from Patricus to deny Richard Nguyen, who's sliding in from the back post. Look to touch around him. Bulleen really need to take the sting out of it here. The scripts flipped from the first half. However, Footerats found some space through the middle of the court. Will lay wide to Gallo. Gallo looks to go to the back post, and it's cut out by Fan for a Bulleen corner. Gallo down the line. A shot from Hussein as Hilly thought he might try his luck over Patricus, who was just off his line, but he was aware of it, and back he went. Zoyce again through the middle, finds Hussein. It's laid off for Zoyce, and a strong foot from Fan. Zoyce to bring it in. Recycles to Gallo. Out to Footerat. Footerat through the middle. Good find from Gallo, and Footerat just couldn't quite get the ball under control, and Braybrook will go back the other way. Here's Han Fan. 3v2, he cuts it to the back post, and Nguyen was sliding in. Perhaps made the run a second too late. And Braybrook not making the most of the chances here in the second half. Bulleen still under pressure, though Gallo's found a way out. He'll go at Nguyen, steps through him, and Gallo, as easy as you like, tucks it beyond Pilly. Against the flow of the play, he sends it to 5-1. Stepped through and then tucked it neatly beyond Pilly in the goal. Perhaps that might kill the momentum that Braybrook have found in this second half, as Gallo wins it again. Strong tackle from Taipei. He won the ball fairly, but Braybrook can do nothing the other way as Zoyce wins it back. Mutabazi wins it back on the other end and turns around Footerat and was chopped down by Footerat, who's not happy with the ref, and will get a yellow card for his troubles. A few yellow cards getting thrown around now, and Bulleen have certainly just lost the lid a little bit here in the second half. We're very comfortable in the first half, and now perhaps not so much. As Braybrook approach a fifth man. Pilly's stepped up, and he's touched it in the second half. It's 2 touches, the referee's whistle's gone. Although he claims he didn't touch it in the second half, he first controlled in the forward half. The referee made the call though, and probably for the better, as he was under strong pressure from Bulleen. We've returned with the ball. Gallo goes through the middle. It's cut out by Taipei, and Richard Nguyen looks to go forward. There was a moment of hesitation from Taipei, But Billy came, and now Fan will go, and his pass just evading Mutabatsi again. Oh, as Gallows absolutely skins Taipei and couldn't quite get the finish away. What a touch from Gallo. He's won it off Taipei again. Through the middle of the court will play Hussein. Hussein gets under control. He's got it in the corner. Looks to go past Nguyen. Will get past Nguyen and flicks it beyond Pili. Strong finish from Hussein. Had it in the corner. Went past Nguyen, no problem, and just flicked it past Pili on the front post, who was unsuspecting. Bulleen settling the game down now, perhaps. 6-1 to the good. Surviving a scare from Braybrook, as who unfortunately couldn't convert on their chances. Zoyce finds Gallo. Finds Rasul down the line. He's happy to reset to Zoyce. Moved the ball nicely today, Bulleen. Passed to keep the ball, and when the opportunity has arisen, they've dribbled well in their 1v1s. Perhaps just for both teams, the finishing a weakness of the game so far. Lots and lots of chances, and they haven't put as many as they perhaps could have. Past the goalkeepers as Rasul takes a tumble in his efforts to press. And Braybrook will hold the ball. Mutabatsi with Rasul. Mutabatsi can't go past and gives the ball to Husseini. And here is Rasul, and there were calls to return the ball to Hussein. Rasul went himself, and it was saved by Pili. As Rasul will bring it back in. Directed to take the corner. Patrikas has come a long way. And he'll touch and he'll pass back to Rasul. Who'll cut it to the top of the D. And perhaps to the wrong foot of Pexty, or Pexty perhaps just misreading the pass that may have been meant for Hussein. A Braybrook ball nonetheless. And again, they'll set up with the keeper out, but they've lost the ball, and Hussein has been gifted the goal. Just came across as easy as you like. Cut the pass out after the touch. The goal was vacant, and Hussein drilled it home. 7-1 to Bulleen. And it'll be a very tough ask to come back here for Braybrook. Foul called on Mutabatsi, cut inside and was just clipped on the way through. Bulleen players not the most impressed. Fan standing over the free kick. Switches out to Nguyen, who wins it and then wins it again, and Patrikas got the save done. Out for a corner. Still chances for Braybrook in the dwindling moments of the second half. Here is again, Fan was on and calls to go quickly, and Patrikas does so. Rasul switches out to Hussein. Hussein cuts inside with the step over and dinks it beyond Pili. Another goal for Hussein, 2 in a minute. Just dropped him down and then flicked it into the far right corner. And Bulleen are running away with it now. Type B. An optimistic attempt. Patrikas was awake and ready. Braybrook gave the ball back to Bulleen. Hussein looked through the middle to find Pexty and was cut out well by Nguyen. Taipei will recycle to Nguyen. Out to Mutabatsi. Nguyen manages to skip past Pexty on the touch and then takes a tumble. And Mutabatsi will skip past Pexty through the middle. And Patrikas will win it and release Pexty, who's 1v1. And Pili's come a long way. And he'll win the ball. And he'll roll it for Counterattacks, who rolls it into the vacant net again as Pili perhaps thought it should have been a Braybrook side ball. And it's getting ugly for Braybrook now. Bulleen lead 9-1. Really extending that gap with the top two at the top of the table. As Taipei does get a consolation prize back for Braybrook. Was on the turn through the middle. Was a good ball to find him from Fan and just touched around Gallo and finished. Perhaps not something that Bulleen would be happy about, conceding again. So they have attacked well this half. The clean sheet for the half cut in half and couldn't continue what they started in the first half. And Braybrook will come again with Taipei through the middle, and a lack of communication from Braybrook has been the story of the day. The ball just fizzing through the middle countless occasions. No one on the end of it. Bulleen could almost count themselves lucky. Game could be a little closer than perhaps the scoreboard shows. Just cut through to Futsal again. He looks for a fancy back heel to Pexty. Nothing doing from Murabati, and a good tackle to win it back from Futsal, who will touch, and he'll cut it through the middle, and had no runners with him, and Taipei will win it back. Murabati searching through for Fan, and it's getting messy now, back and forth. Pexty's pass to no avail. Just finds touch for the keepers. And the Wire meets its quota of 1 interception per game and sends it out for a Bulleen side ball. Cruceratus. That's a Gallo. Gallo back to Cruceratus. Looks to find Futsal. It's cut out by Taipei. And Gallo does well on the tackle. He went to ground and perhaps left a hand in on Taipei. He's not in the best shape. A minute 20 to go. He's gone down holding his face. No foul called by the referee. The ball was gone from plate. And certainly accidental from Gallo. Painful nonetheless. And he's copped a yellow card for what can only be assumed an outburst towards the referee, the lack of a call. Fourth card of the game so far. Winding down to the last minute as Cruceratus goes himself to Futsal. It's cut back to Cruceratus. And Taipei came in and wanted the goalkeeper's ball, but perhaps was beyond touch before the touch came from Cruceratus. He lays it for Futsal. Futsal inside. The shot went past Pexty's shoulder. And a side ball for Braybrook, deep in their defensive half. 1 minute and 4 seconds to go in this second game of the championship. Hilly's ball to no avail and cut out by Cruceratus. Gallo cuts the ball through the middle to Pexty, and Pexty's on the turn, and Pexty is finishing off a wonderful play from Bulleen. The 10th goal as the ball was sliced through the middle from Gallo. A brilliant reverse pass and brought down beautifully from Pexty. Left Pili with no chance. An 8-goal lead is restored for Bulleen. That could change now as Nguyen's found and couldn't go further than Gallo, but he's found Murabati, and Nguyen will tuck it away into the goal. Another consolation for Braybrook, and a 13th goal in this game as Murabati just laid it for Richard Nguyen and did well to just tuck it into the top of the goal there. Winding to the last 30 seconds. So perhaps one more late goal either way. High Fan's ball was affected by Futsal and couldn't quite find its way to Nguyen. Perhaps one more chance for Bulleen here. Footer at. Went at Fan and could go no further than Fan. As Mutabatsi looked for Nguyen, it was run by Fan and Nguyen cuts it back for Fan and Footer out was in well to win it back. And Tai P will have a hit. Or he'll pass it off and he'll roll it into the goal on the stroke of full time. The goal will count. The game ends, or not quite ends, according to the referee.
Boys, we have to restart play first, just because the clock went.
Referee is explaining that the time ended before the goal went in. And now time will be done. Braybrook coming out the winners. Their third win from 3 games in the Series Futsal Championship over Braybrook, who are still chasing their first win of the season. We will go to a break, but won't be far away with the last game of the championship tonight. RMIT versus Melbourne Erands. We look forward to it. And we are back for the final time today in the Series Futsal Championship. The final game of the round, RMIT versus Melbourne Aarens. This should be a tight encounter between the two. They line up strongly against each other. Big teams for both of them. And Melbourne Aarens position third and RMIT following them close behind in fourth. So what promises to be a tight affair to date? Fingers crossed, some entertaining futsal to follow. RMIT look to start brightly. C feet. Lands to kill. Now Dirazak Ahmed threads it through. And on the end of it, couldn't quite tuck it past Shamkhani. Good safety. Erands will come back, and not happy with what could be a missed handball call was Tamori. Nonetheless, Tontakill came back the other way and forced a block from Shokri. Dominguez and Jalali rounding out this Aarens starting five. Bringing a lot of energy to the court, Melbourne Aarens, especially Alireza Shamkhani between the sticks. Going to be a very vocal character. Under pressure at the moment though. Ascari has the chance. Just poked it wide. It's Tamori. Finds Jalali out wide. He stood up and he'll flick it down the line. And Zaki Ahmed put in a good foot. Big benches from both sides. As mentioned, RMIT looked to have 5 on the bench. Melbourne Aarens with the 4. Taking no risks of losing legs as the game goes on. The ball's won off Ahmed by Dominguez, who will go the other way. And Dominguez will toe poke beyond Hosseini. A quality tackle in the defensive half on Zaki Ahmed. Complaints of a foul from RMIT waved away and toe poked into the top right hand corner. Sends Aarens to a 1-0 lead. The start they would have been looking for as RMIT give the ball away again. Just need to keep their heads to RMIT and make sure they don't give away too many chances early. Shamkhani runs Dominguez through the middle. No runners to support him. Sends the ball out to touch. Faisal. Stands up Shokri. Sends it back for Safi. Safi does well. Gets past 2, gets past 3. But can't get beyond Shamkhani, who pumps the fist in approval with his save. Another corner given for RMIT. Flicked out to Faisal. He'll cut inside to his left. Looks to find Zaki Ahmed. And Safi does well to win the ball back. Back to Ascari. Ascari looks to flick through for Ahmed. Shamkhani happy to collect. Released it for Jalali, who went searching. The ball slides through to Hosseini. Released Ascari. Across to Safi. Back to Ascari. Skips the pass through Zaki Ahmed. Safi was on. Couldn't quite get to the ball. It slid behind him. And Aarens look to build up again with Dominguez. And Shokri look to flick it on for Jalali. Zaki Ahmed comes to the bench. As does Ascari. The shot comes in. Brilliant save from Alireza Shamkhani. So ready and aware and diving across to his right. Sends the ball out the doors. And out for a corner from RMIT. Vertical recycles it. Jalali stepped up to win it back.
RMIT.
And Stella and Hadji got in each other's way. Here come Aarens. The shot's on, and what a finish it is from Jalali. Cut onto his right foot. An absolute perler into the top left corner. Smashed it in off the post. Left Hosseini with no chance. And all of a sudden, RMIT find themselves 2-0 down. And Aarens are coming through with the momentum RMIT should certainly be nervous about. But defending strong, and when they go forward, they look ever so threatening. Hadji will bring it in. Searching for Stella, and is cut out. And Aarens will come the other way. And Jalali's pass just loose for Tamori. Roberto Stella. Finds Hadji. Hadji cut onto his left foot and denied only by the post. Shamkhani not impressed with his team's defensive efforts. Didn't shut off the shot through the middle and was saved by the post in the end. Jalali will send it long. Dominguez couldn't quite control it. Stella looks to shield it out. Jalali comes to win it, only as far as Hosseini. Stella finds Hadji. Switches across. Stella again. Finds Aiden Hadji. Across to Liban Hadji. Jalali wins it through the middle and skips past one. The shot's on Hosseini. Gets across to save this time. The ball's cleared out to Aiden Hadji, who shifts it on. Going back the other way, Dominguez will have a crack, and Dominguez finishes off again into the far left corner. Another goal. Another goal from Melbourne Erands, finishing off strongly into the bottom left-hand corner. Off the post once again. They just don't look like missing at the moment, Melbourne Erands. The timeout has been called by RMIT to perhaps stem the bleeding. So we will go to the timeout. Melbourne Erands lead RMIT 3-0. And we return from the timeout. Unfortunately, scoreboard errors mean the scoreboard's not visual. However, Aarens do lead RMIT in the opening stages of this first half. 3-0. There's one back by Jalali again. He's on his way. The shot was on again. Good save by Hosseini this time. Tottergill was running back, but couldn't affect Jalali. He got the shot away. He'll take the corner now. He looks through the middle. Hosseini wins it, but the shots come in. Roberto Stella off the line. Denied the shot. He'll have the ball here. Switches across to Hadji. RMIT looking to sustain some possession. However, they've lost out. They will win back the side ball. Stella lays off for Todd a kill. There was a deflection taken. Jalali looks to go the other way, but Stella's won it. And he's played through for Hadji. And Ali Reza Shamkhani's come in. And a handball's been called. Came in with ferocity to win that ball.
Wait, what's number 6's name from Aarens? Michael.
Liban Hadji will stand over the free kick. Ali Reza barking instructions to his Erands. What can RMIT create? And lined up as Hadji will lay off for Stella, who plays back to Hadji, and he looks across the goal. It's cut out. Erands look to go the other way, but not only as far as Stella. The shot was on for Todd a kill.
Josh, none of their numbers are correct.
Yeah, these guys. They have numbers that aren't even on, like there's no one with that number. Shamkhani takes no risks and clears his lines.
Like there's no number 6 or number 2 in here.
A small issue in identification of some of the players on the court for both teams. So the ball was won back by Hadji to Hadji. And Shamkhani was equal to the save as Aarens go the other way. Stella cuts it out. Across to Aiden Hadji, and the spin perhaps just tricked him. Couldn't lock it in. An Aarens side ball. Remains 3-0 to the Melbourne Aarens with 7 minutes and 30 seconds to play. Hadji. Liban Hadji. Sends it back to Todakil. Outride to Roberto Stella. Finds Aiden Hadji inside. The shot's on for Aiden Hadji. Another strong save from Shamkhani. Refuses to be beaten for the time being. Ball refuses to stay in possession of anyone for long enough, and Stella was rolled through, and Shamkhani made the save, much to his delight, jumping up and down. It was a good save. Hadji had rolled inside, and here is Hadji again. Finds Stella, the shot's on for Stella, and just skies it past the crossbar, and Aarens will call a timeout. And it is Ali Reza Shamkhani's ball, so the timeout will come. Now, 3-0 to the good. 6 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Be back after the break. As we return after the timeout, Melbourne Aarens 3 to the good over RMIT, who have struggled to beat Ali Reza Shamkhani in the early stage of this half. He looks to throw it long to Reza. Just wide of him, and Hosseini will bring it in for Hadji. Hadji will switch across to Diamantopoulos, who finds his way onto the court. He's got 2 runners down the flank and finds Stella out of the 2 of them. Hadji was chasing hard, and Tamori took no chances. Sent it out for a side ball. Aiden Hadji. Referee is not happy with the distance. The Erands have yielded. We'll send the ball back as Liven Hadji rolls inside and back to Diamantopoulos. Looks to find Aiden Hadji down the line, who flicks it across for Stella. He'll go round one, he'll go round two. And Shamkhani came out, not only made the save, won the side ball off Stella. And again a fist pump to the bench. Just showing his attitude. His will to win the game. And a claim of a push from Kadri on Diamantopoulos. He threw his hands up and attempted to catch the ball, which resulted in a yellow card. No push, according to the referee. At Melbourne Aarens bench in disagreement. Not best pleased with the decision from the referee. Hadji sets it for Hosseini. Back to Hadji. Finds Stella out wide, and Jalali was ready and waiting and nearly chopping that pass out. Would have set him on his way. RMIT ball nonetheless. Stella looks to thread through. A dangerous pass from Kadri back to Shamkhani, but he was aware of it nonetheless. Kadri wins out again to Reza. He'll pass it on to Jalali. Jalali cuts it to Reza, and a brilliant chase back and win from Aiden Hadji. Reza not happy. Appealing for a foul. A corner given. Jalali will bring it in. Sends it into the post. And on the rebound, Diamantopoulos, perhaps not knowing too much about it, drops it off for another corner. Jalali chips it over the top. The shot came in from Tamori. Just misdirected. Into the last 5 minutes of the first half. Stop clock territory. This is Aiden Hadji, Liven Hadji. Back to Aiden Hadji. Looks across to Diamantopoulos, and the pass was almost too good. Found the angle so well. Diamantopoulos didn't expect it. Couldn't quite catch up with it. It's Jalali. Brings the ball in. Kadri couldn't quite get it under control. Faisal found his way back onto the court for RMIT. And he will receive the ball here. He'll cut it to the back post, and Diamantopoulos couldn't turn it goalward. Shamkhani would have been beaten. Diving across. Had Diamantopoulos been able to turn it on target. Just couldn't quite get his foot around it, perhaps caught flat-footed. Chance goes begging for RMIT. Shamkhani will throw it long. Hadji up to win it. Off to Stella. Stella will cut to his left. Looks to go around Tamori, but Tamori equal to him and sends it out for an RMIT side ball. They need a goal here before halftime to really just switch the momentum in their favor, RMIT. Stella flicks it for Hadji. Calls her fouls from the RMIT bench. Nothing doing, says the referee. Faisal switches across to Diamantopoulos. Diamantopoulos back to Faisal. Touches on, he'll have a shot. And it's finished off by Faisal toe to kill. The pass was rather from Faisal toe to kill. Roberto Stella at the back post tucks it away. And RMIT have found that goal they needed to bring themselves back into the game. Erands lead 3-1. And they could go again, as through the middle went Shokri, and Hosseini had to make the save. RMIT was split open straight after they just scored. Perhaps switching off. Tamori has the shot. The shot was blocked by Furlong. Went the other way rather aggressively. On to Mori. No foul called, however, as the ball did find touch for Erands. And again, unhappy with the treatment on Kadri at the target. Here's Furlong. Give it back to Totokill. Searching for Diamantopoulos through the middle. Couldn't quite get it under control. He resumes from Shamkhani. Dominguez. Oh, and it's made a mess of it at the back. And 2 touches for Alireza Shamkhani. He rolled the ball out. And then upon the mistouch from Dominguez in the middle, he went to roll it off as the scoreboard has come back. And it's clear we're into the last 3 minutes. 3-1 to Erands over RMIT. And RMIT have an indirect free kick at the top of the D. Now look to make the most of their chance here. We're 3-0 down, now back to 3-1. Potential to make it 3-2. Standing over it. Toe to kill. Looks to lay it off. And the referee not happy. The whistle went. The ball didn't move, and Shamkhani will cop a yellow card. Moved forward before the ball had moved and delayed the restart of play, in the words of the referee. Just make sure they stay in line until the ball is moved. Else, Shamkhani may risk a second yellow card here. So the ball's passed to Zaki Ahmed, past the wall, and Zaki Ahmed finishes it off. Great pass from toe to kill. Unexpected. Shamkhani expected it to go to Askari. And the shot was just left open for Ahmed, who tucked it beyond him. 3-2. Comeback certainly on for RMIT, and they've got the momentum going into the end of this first half, which they'll be much pleased about. It's won by Jalali, and he kicks it out off Furlong. Back for Shamkhani's ball. Well into stop clock time. 2 minutes 50 left in the half. Shamkhani finds Jalali. It's won back by Askari, and all the way back to Hosseini, who finds Furlong down the line. Switched out to Askari, who went on the run. Didn't bother Shamkhani, who releases quickly. Samori will switch across to Dominguez. Furlong does very well to get back. No foul called from the referee. And eventually, it's won back by Jalali. The referee laying down the rules. The bench, incensed, stood up and complained. The referee clearly instructed them, stay seated or risk a booking. Weren't impressed with the decision of the side ball. Furlong to bring it in, nevertheless. Has toe to kill with him. Lays it off for toe to kill, who chips inside. Ahmed lays it off for Askari. Switched back across to Furlong. Looks to go at Jalali. Cuts inside on the left foot. It's cleared away by Tamori. No bother for Melbourne Erands. Zaki Ahmed will bring it in. Finds Askari. Flick down the line, just wayward from Askari. Couldn't find the run of Abdirazak Ahmed. So Jalali will have the ball to bring back in. He looks down the line to Dominguez. Furlong came across in a huff and ensured Dominguez went nowhere. Here's toe to kill. Finds Zaki Ahmed. Cuts inside one. Flicks. No handball called, and Ahmed keeps the ball. The shot was on for Faisal toe to kill. And Alireza Shamkhani yet again making the save. Let's return to Askari. Out to Furlong. RMIT looking to build something here in the dying stages of the first half. Abdirazak Ahmed cuts inside, flicks for Furlong. Furlong on the turn, and he's tucked it away into the top corner. Brilliant turn and finish from Furlong. Equalizes for RMIT. Restores parity on the brink of half-time. Not much Alireza Shamkhani could do about it. So he watched it sail beyond him into the top right corner. And RMIT have completed the comeback. Well, their shot's on again from Reza, and he had the chance to send Erands back into the front. And Furlong has the chance at the other end. Saved by Shamkhani. The shot came in again from Totakill. It's frantic from both sides here. RMIT look vulnerable after scoring to concede straight away. Furlong's shot's blocked. Corner again. Almost the second time there they've been cut open off the kickoff. Totakill returns it to Ahmed. Ahmed flicks through the middle and couldn't quite sort the lines out with Furlong. Sees the ball travel out. Brought back in by Tamori. Switch across to Jalali. Dominguez. Back to Jalali. Jalali flicks it forward for Dominguez. Dominguez gets past two. The slides come in from everywhere. And the ball ends up with Zaki Ahmed going back the other way. And Jalali once again equal to it. None shall pass. Let's reach 1 minute remaining in the first half. Zaki Ahmed returns the ball to Askari. Furlong. Back to Askari. Lines it out wide. Across came Tamori to shield it out for the keeper's ball. Shamkhani will send it long for Dominguez. 1-1 with Safi. Furlong's won it, and Dominguez went in hard, but the ball's won back by RMIT, and Zaki Ahmed has it. Back to Furlong. Safi cuts the ball through the middle for Ahmed. He's found an inch of space, and again Shamkhani came across equal to it. Closed the front post off. And words from Hussein Husseini to the RMIT bench, claiming Shamkhani loves to go down to save the ball. As Reza goes on the charge here through the legs of Askari, but couldn't quite keep it himself. And a brilliant pass from Safi for Furlong to release the other way. Furlong's pass cut out by Jalali, who will go at Safi and get the shot away. Well, gets past Safi, dropped him on the floor, and Husseini will go back the other way. Time winding down, 4 seconds to play. Abdirazak Ahmed, and time will beat them. Running into half-time. Shamkhani happy that the siren went to save him. As we head into the break, Aarens and RMIT have locked horns at 3-3. Aarens led 3-0. RMIT completed the comeback. A big second half coming up. Don't go anywhere. We are back in the second half of the final game of the Series Futsal Championship. RMIT and Melbourne Erands unseparated at the end of the first half. Although the momentum definitely suited one side at the start as Aarens sprung out to a 3-0 lead. Before RMIT clawed it back and brought it back to 3-3 on the stroke of half-time. Big clash, third versus fourth on the table as Furlong had the shot on. It was blocked by Tamori. RMIT certainly had the momentum leading into half-time, and they would have spoken at half-time on how to make sure they keep that momentum going. As Zaki Ahmed lays it off, and the shot from Totokil came in. Repeated corners here for RMIT at the start of the second half. Ahmed again, gives it to Totokil, will have a go. Shamkhani came across to make the save, as he has so often in the game today. Hadji will take this time, and Totokil on the left foot. Keeping the shots up here, RMIT. Hadji to Totokil. Gives wide to Furlong, who cuts inside. Totokil sends it to Hadji, back to Totokil. Touches out wide to Zaki Ahmed. Cuts inside and hits the gap for Furlong. It's laid off. And Totokil came through, couldn't quite get the shot away, and Hadji will get the shot away. It's blocked by Shokri, and the ball's returned to Hussein Husseini at the back. Furlong wins the ball back. It's gone all the way back to Shamkhani. Happy to release Dominguez. Finds Tamori. All the way back for Jalali. Jalali cuts through the center of the court. Drops it through the middle. Great ball for Dominguez, who will go 1v1 with Aiden Hadji. Drops it off to the support in Shokri. Back to Dominguez, who'll cut out right. And the shot comes on. Not troubling Husseini, who does well to save and keep it in. He'll drop it. Zaki Ahmed to carry the ball forward. Gives it to Totokil. Totokil thought he'd try his luck from halfway. Perhaps an optimistic attempt. Didn't trouble Ali Reza Shamkhani between the sticks. As the start of the second half starts to simmer down slightly. Repeated shots from RMIT. Aarens failed to keep the ball, but they may have a chance here. Reza holds it up and recycles all the way back for Jalali. Jalali goes at Ahmed and walks past him through the middle. Jalali shots on. Husseini was equal to it. And he drops it off for Totokil. Combines with Hadji to move the ball, and Totokil, the shot's on again. Perhaps the instructions at half-time were just to try your luck. If you get an inch, have a hit. And they're winning a lot of corners here, RMIT. It's Totokil again. We'll set it all the way back for Hadji. Liban Hadji, back to Totokil. Down the line for Furlong, who finds Aiden Hadji through the middle. Back to Furlong. He'll cut inside. The tackle came in from Jalali. Ball finds its way back to Shamkhani. No foul given on Dominguez, but the ball's won back. And going in hard was Shokri, and he copped one from Liban Hadji. And Aiden Hadji was eventually fouled by Reza. Both teams unhappy. Reza having some choice words to Liban Hadji, and a yellow card's out for Dominguez. Referee on the far side not impressed. So the game starts to heat up between these two. The energy certainly coming out. It is 3-3. Number 7, Dominguez. Melbourne Erands receiving a yellow card for his complaints. Referees haven't taken anything today. Been right on it with the dissent from players. It's always good to see. Keeps the game under control. Here's Aiden Hadji. Out to Liban Hadji. Switches across for toe to kill and checks away from Reza. Receives the ball back. Fine Furlong, who's pressed by Jalali. Can't find his way around him. He's gone for an Aarens side ball. Reza's pressed hard by Hadji. And Aiden Hadji won it back and Reza went in harder on him. And players going left, right and center. Dominguez not happy. And Hosseini ensuring Furlong has no qualms with the referee to ensure that he doesn't end up in the book. Mid-range free kick here. Perhaps 11 or 12 meters from the goal. Hosseini setting up his wall. Hadji and toe to kill to make it up. Dominguez stands over the ball. He'll have a go himself. Only as far as the wall, well set by Hosseini. Unmoved. The ball deflects out for side ball. Dominguez brings it in for Jalali. Shokri is lost out in the middle. And Hadji releases for toe to kill. Back to Liban Hadji, across to Aiden Hadji. Hadji will give it to Furlong, who's 1v1 with Jalali. He cuts inside. Jalali's gone to ground. Did well to win it. And Shokri not happy. Perhaps copped one from Liban Hadji. And then does well to win it on Reza, who's gone in hard and wins the ball sliding. And there's big complaints happening between these two. Liban Hadji and Reza. The referee is ensuring they have it all under control. Hussein Hosseini playing his part to help out as well. Ever the peacemaker. Just making sure no further issues transpire. The game will be restarted from the goalkeeper's ball. As he lays it out for Liban Hadji. Stella, who's found his way onto the court. Returns the 1-2 with Furlong and the shot's on for Stella and he's finished. Shamkhani beaten on the front post. As RMIT find the lead for the first time today through Roberto Stella. Ali Reza Shamkhani perhaps took a deflection on the way through. Beat him on the front post. And RMIT find themselves in the lead 4-3. Hadji in hard on Dominguez. Pointing at the ball. Though certainly may have just gone through him to win it. Game really heating up. Only 3 fouls given either way, but certainly a bit of energy from both sides. What we love to see in the Series Futsal Championship. Two sides close together on the ladder, close together in skill. And fighting hard to win the game. Zayden Hadji's released it. Looking for Stella on the back post. It was cut out by Jalali. And then won by Kadri. Eventually out to Jalali on the left. Stella's running hard to get back. And across came Liban Hadji to clear it out. Jalali will bring in the side ball. We'll just smash it across the goal. Hadji sent it out for a corner. Jalali to take again. Sends it through the middle. It was on for Kadri. Just couldn't quite wrap his foot around it. Send it out for Hussein Hosseini's keeper's ball. So here comes Liban Hadji through the middle. And it's opened up for him and he lays it off for Stella, who's sliding in. And sent it to the back post. The Erands were cut open. Stella just waltzed his way through the middle. Furlong couldn't quite get onto it on the back post. And in turn, Tamori's searching ball. Finds no one but Hosseini. Stella, his ball cut out by Jalali, who looks to go the other way. And the shot's on for Jalali, and it's just wide of the far post. Hosseini covered his options. A strong counter-attack from the captain, Jalali. Couldn't quite tuck it away. Furlong calls for Hosseini. Doesn't get it, but does on the second attempt from Furlong. He lays it off for Stella. Stella does well to reset to Liban Hadji. Waltzes through the middle once again. Does Liban Hadji finds Roberto Stella, who will cut inside and get the shot away. It's always blocked by Tamori. And now going the other way, Stella keeps it and Dominguez is going in and Stella still has it and the shot comes off from Stella. This time Shamkhani ensuring he had his lines covered. He sends it out for a side ball. Stella will lay it off for Hadji. Cuts across the middle. Dominguez not best pleased about the call from the referee. And the Aarens would like a timeout. And the time should suit. For now, the ball with Askari, who finds Furlong on the right side. Touches back and lays it for Askari. Askari will turn and send it back to Liban Hadji, who'll look through the middle. What a ball to find Furlong. He brought it down, but couldn't poke it beyond Ali Reza Shamkhani, who once again was equal to the task. Sustained possession here for RMIT. As Furlong's found by Hadji through the middle and just took too much time on the ball. Allowed Tamori to get back and make the challenge. And RMIT will find themselves a corner. Still holding out for that timeout. Our Melbourne Aarens just haven't been able to win the ball back. And maybe now is the time as Stella comes across to win at the top of the D. Absolute dancing feet from Stella. And sliding across is Askari and he wins it. And Hadji will go back the other way. And he'll cut inside and he'll get the shot away. And he just dragged to the left. And that will be timeout for Melbourne Aarens. As they have won the keeper's ball. Going into the timeout, RMIT lead 4-3. And we return from timeout. RMIT taking the lead from Melbourne Aarens at the start of the second half. Capitalising on that momentum they formed at the end of the first half. Brought the score back to 3-3 before netting home. Roberto Stella made it 4-3. It's looked dangerous ever since. Dominguez had the chance and it's getting aggressive between the players. Dominguez certainly not best pleased at the treatment he's been receiving from the RMIT players. Certainly both teams starting to go in hard and really fighting for possession. As Tamori finds Dominguez and he was taken out by Askari. And they're not happy. The RMIT bench. And Dominguez has been given a yellow card. And that may be his second, certainly. He's talking too much. And Dominguez will be sent from the field of play. Received potentially a second yellow for dissent. And must now leave the court. Desperately asking the referee what he received the second yellow card for. It may be unknown, but perhaps for saying something is as best we could tell. being explained by the referee. The Melbourne Aarens bench not happy that he would receive a second yellow card for backchat, and potentially the referee unbeknowing that he was on the first, although you can never tell, as he's called Furlong up, who was outside the technical area, saying his piece, and Furlong from RMIT will receive the yellow card as well. So yellow cards either way. Time is stopped. Yellow cards for both ways. Dominguez sent from the court for Melbourne Aarens means they will be one player down, and they are a goal down as well. So certainly working in the favour of RMIT, as they will look to extend their lead. Diamantopoulos, Stella, Ascari and Totokill making up the team. Kadri alongside Bandy and Tamori make up the three allowed on the court for Melbourne Aarens. Referees sorting out the conflict, and all seems happy. It is a free kick for Melbourne Aarens, as they were fouled originally. It will be taken and deflected out for a corner. Kadri lines up the corner, and not a lot to go at with only two players. And he's exceeded the 4 seconds, as there was not much to go at. So little, in fact, that he couldn't find an option. And Hosseini will bring it back in. It's dropped off for Ascari, who's content to carry it up past to Stella. Looked to find Diamantopoulos down the line and just evaded him. The ball found touch. And a call to stay up from Hosseini. And 4 seconds once again exceeded for Kadri. RMIT perhaps trying to get rid of this 2-minute penalty as quick as they can and get that player back onto the court. So RMIT will be looking to punish on the 4v3, and Stella will find Diamantopoulos down the line. Back to Stella, he'll switch across. A free player. Ascari will go inside and just couldn't quite hit the target. Shamkhani may as well had it covered. He sent it over the top for Reza. Ascari made short. There was nothing doing. And it's released for Stella. He'll go himself. Strong challenge in from Shokri. And Stella certainly wasn't happy with the treatment he received from Shokri. Call to press from the RMIT bench. But Erands managed to get out of it through Reza, and he couldn't quite thread the pass to Jalali. Only 15 seconds left in the one player down 2-minute penalty for Erands. Shokri prepares to return to the court. Stella out to Ascari, as Erands do get that fourth player back on the court. Won by Reza. Out for RMIT and Costa Diamantopoulos' ball. Back to Ascari. Switch to Roberto Stella. Going at Reza. So we near stop clock territory. At the end of the second half, at the end of the game. The end of the round for the championship. Call of handball from both teams, and Stella will have a chance, and Shamkhani came across to save, and now Jalali is released the other way, and he was pulled back by Ascari. Ascari receives the yellow card. Perhaps a tactical foul. Certainly the ref thought so, and booked him in due time. Another yellow card handed out, as perhaps the game begins to reach its boiling point. RMIT look for a timeout. Referee again not happy with what's occurring in the box between Roberto Stella and Reza. As Jalali lines up the free kick. He will look to restore parity for Melbourne Erands, who do find themselves 4-3 down. He lays it off to Tamori, and Tamori will have a go, and on the back post, Reza couldn't quite turn it in. A golden opportunity goes a-begging for Melbourne Erands. The momentum certainly with them. The ball comes across the middle. It's one out by Stella and cleared by Tamori. And a timeout will be called. And that will be all you'll be hearing from me for the day. It was a pleasure joining you. Mr. Commissioner Josh Fusco will finish off the call. Have a wonderful evening. RMIT lead Melbourne Erands 4-3.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are back for the final 5 minutes of this second half between RMIT and Melbourne Erands. It's been a fantastic game. 4-3 the score at the moment, but of course that red card earlier from Paulo Dominguez really shakes up this game, and any chance of a Melbourne Erands come back, and oh my God! Oh my God! That is a red card. That's the second of the game, and I have not seen a tackle or challenge like that. And I might have to leave the commentary booth to go and do... Oh, my goodness. That is ridiculous. That is ridiculous. And I hope he's okay. Is it Haji? Is it Aiden Haji? Is that Aiden Haji? Is that Aiden Haji that got knocked? Oh, poor kid. Goes in. And they're going to have to use the secondary goalkeeper. And for almost, I think it's now the second time in 2 or 3 weeks, Ali Reza Shamkhani will see red and will walk off the pitch. And again, you have to feel for him. There's no malice intent. It's just a rash decision that'll send the number... He's not really the number 1, is he? Oh, he is. It'll send the number 1 walking. And it is... Of course, an absolutely fantastic opportunity from RMIT to really secure 3 points if they can keep their composure, and if Melbourne Erands cannot find themselves a miracle in these last 4 minutes, 35 seconds. Of course, Michael Tiaris here writing his notes. And indeed the time of that red card. Doesn't this shake up the story? Shot shanked wide. And Melbourne Erands live to breathe another day. Still trailing by a goal, of course. And they're going to need an epic comeback. As Huss picks it up, a nice little chip, couldn't be controlled. And Melbourne Erands have, of course, a side ball. Might take a shot directly at the goalkeeper, can't find it. Zaki Ahmed finds Aiden Haji. Cuts in! And a great save. It's still on. Blasted over the bar from Haji. The recipient of that unbelievable tackle that you'll, really It's almost the wrong sport. Haji again pressing. Goes quickly. Stella's lurking. Though guarded well. Finds some space, does Stella. And again, might be the key factor in scoring it. Another one for RMIT. Ball goes long, airbound. Stella heads wide. Goalkeeper gets it, keeps it inside his own D. Fantastic. Plays it quickly. Stella has all the time and all the space in the world. He dashes past one, finds Haji, might look for Stella again, finds it. Stella goes through, can't get it. Melbourne Erands now turn back for the counter. And they might actually provide some sort of opportunity. No, RMIT go the other way. Haji to the left. Stella to the right. It's Stella. It's the shot and it's the save. No goalkeeper. No first goalkeeper. No Ali Reza. No party is what you would think. But no, a great save from the second backup. And another one. And here they go to Mori from distance. And that one wasn't going to really find too much trouble from out there. Roberto Stella on the ball again. Finds the flank. Haji past one, goes through, and Tamori says, hell no, you shall not pass. Reza Tamori with a fantastic tackle. Zaki Ahmed distributes. Finds Stella on the quick touch. Brilliant first touch and brought out there well from the Melbourne Erands goalkeeper. Jalali not happy. And for good reason. RMIT pick up a fifth foul. And PM Jalali finds an opportunity for Melbourne Erands. And there's Reza. He's behind the ball. Tamori to his right, right in front of the halfway line. Jalali lurking in the centre D, and that's all they have. Reza, the strike and the save from Huss. And again, the save from Huss is fantastic. Long ball thrown with the bucket throw. And maybe something for RMIT, a great save again from the backup goalkeeper. I think that's Rahimi. That's Rahimi with the save. Zaki Ahmed can't get it. Jalili tries to go through. Gets the ball, good touch. Holds down, goes down, looks for the foul, doesn't get the foul. They'll still play on. Tamori goes through, tries to play some defense. Does well, and the sliding block successful. Side ball. Haji on the on stretch, and Reza chases it down. Intently can't find it. RMIT, despite having an extra player, struggling right now. Jalili can't on stretch. 1 second until Melbourne Erands return with an extra player, and it will be parity on the court. Plays it through Aiden Haji.
Guys, take a seat.
Guarded well.
Stand behind.
And a good push from Reza. Great defense. Uses his body well. He chases. There's 2.5 minutes. There is 2.5 minutes.
Guys, take a seat or stand behind. That's not the right area.
Haji might get a shot if he does. And what a save from Rahimi. The shot burst away, and he just fantastically finds the deflected shot, stopping approach. And Michael Tiaris having a word with the RMIT bench. Zaki Ahmed plays the ball through. That was the other Haji. Liban Haji. Reza takes the shot though. Hassan Marabi finds the ball. Lays it off to Haji. Tohil. Back to Haji. There's 2 minutes and 15 seconds left for Melbourne Erands to salvage any form of a consolation, a point, and maybe perhaps a win if they can go on and do something fantastic. But at the moment, RMIT holding very well, and you can feel that the goalkeeping presence of Marabi lifting the team, and to be honest, going forward, RMIT finding the opportunities. It is Rahimi at the moment causing the pain in RMIT's back. It's a big hit, knocks down the signs. Someone's going to have to clean the signs. It's not going to be me. Not yet. That was from Rahimi. A big push in the back. Haji strikes, and a save from Rahimi yet again. He's keeping them in it. Long ball. Tokil brings it down. Calmly collected. Haji now takes it forward. He's got all the space in the world. Haji plays it to Haji. Knocks the ball. Rahimi needs to be quick, and lucky that they have a second goalkeeper. Rahimi has been fantastic. Rolls it to Casper. Though unfortunate, Casper cannot control the ball because he is a ghost. Reza firing up. And that's another one. That's another one. And I'll be back. So I'm back after something. That was something, and they'll play with three again. It's almost destiny that Melbourne Erands play with three players on the court. You wouldn't believe it. Haji tries to play through. Jalili holding on. There's Haji. Turns through. Jalili again. 1-2. Can't go. Haji again. Haji has the space. He plays it to Tokil. It's going to be easy. It's going to be easy. It wasn't so easy. A great save from Rahimi. And after this game, you know the commissioner has a lot of work to do. Rahimi launches it through and down the line. And yeah, this is going to be one of those games. It happens, and tensions brew, of course. And, well, such is life. Marabi goes short to Haji. Pressed by Jalili. And, of course, they can't overextend themselves, Melbourne Erands. The three players trying to press. There's a minute left, and all they have to do is hold on the ball. Jalili might go by himself, though. Jalili goes through, gets taken out. Haji, it's going to be simple. Haji around, and he somehow saved it. Rahimi has somehow saved it again. Who is this guy? The backup goalkeeper. Rahimi has been unbelievable. Haji, and they can't miss again, surely. There's Haji. Oh, that one actually beats the goalkeeper, but the defender on the line stops it. Tokil's going to really try and eat that clock. Plays it through. Haji, another chance. He won't make a mess of that one. Haji puts the nail on the coffin for RMIT. Look at that. Gets the ball, turns. He only needs a second. And after 3 attempts in front of goal, Haji goes, I've got this one in the bag. 5-3, RMIT and Melbourne Erands. Tamori And they get another player back. I wouldn't be surprised if they go to 3 again. It seems like destiny for Erands to just play with 3. There he goes through. They've made a mess of it, surely. Oh, my God. Oh, he's gone, surely. Yellow card. And the tensions are brewing. Nine seconds. 9 seconds. And then that will conclude our coverage of the Series Futsal Championship. And if you wait just 30 minutes, we will bring you Series Futsal action where Fitzroy take on Hume in the opening game of the round. A good save from Rahimi there. 7 seconds. And of course, yes, Hume take on Fitzroy. It's an anticipated game, but of course tonight there's just nothing but anticipation. Carlton Hartnaku in the second game in the game of the round, and of course Paco take on Moreland, which, you know, that's always a good one. Haji plays it through, 3 seconds. Might try and get one more. It's Haji. It's nothing, but it's 3 points for RMIT. And that concludes the Series Futsal Championship. We will be right back with Series Futsal and some proper commentators right after this.
Yep. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Test the yellow. The yellow is going to be quite loud, I reckon.
Testing. I'll let it out a little bit. A bit softer would be nice. Yeah, that's fine. That's good.
Yeah,
that's good. Round 4 of the Series Futsal Victoria Premiership men's competition about to kick off with the Black Army taking on the reigning champions of the Fitzroy Tigers. Adam Palombi, Ethan Rigg, your typical duo on a typical Melburnian Sunday at the Darebin Community Sports Stadium. Ethan Rigg, we have 3 compelling matches ahead of ourselves tonight in the heart of the northern suburbs.
We certainly do, and perhaps none more hotly anticipated than the first one. This is the first time for quite some time these two teams have come together, and there's been a real buzz around this fixture. The current top 2 in the Series Futsal Victoria Premiership going head-to-head for the first time this season. Hume, perennial slow starters, have flown out of the blocks this season. Fitzroy, imperious as they always are. Tonight promises to be a massive night in the early stages of shaping a title race, of shaping who falls where in the league campaign, and understanding the importance of the evening. Adam, Hume have gone to bolster their squad.
Fernando de Moraes and company, you could not hear a pin drop from their camp prior to kickoff. Nico Gnadiadis and Suleiman Mohammed, all the brains trusts, trying to muster up the courage and energy required to take it to the champions. And for Hume, they've lined up as such. Gab Murray retains his position in between the sticks. Luke Ross arrives from Perth. Mo Temel, the captain. Yubidi Chichek in the pivot. Armand Dawood on the flank. As for the champions, who are currently playing fifth man, Sean Price is the goalkeeper. Parthamos, Rogan, Allen and Nepomuceno are their starting on-court lineup. It's a surprise, Ethan, to see that already early on, Jimmy Soufis opting to go for fifth man. Aaron Yu is in the building and will restart his playing tenure shortly. Great to see Aaron doing what he does best, applying his trade on a futsal court.
Incredible to have you back in the Fitzroy side. They want to make an early statement this evening. Rogan got it back from Parthamos. Hume having to hold firm, having to sit in already. Fitzroy wanting to get a firm fist statement. Nepomuceno Russo! Next to no time, the champions have flown out of the blocks.
Ready. Fitzroy wanting to get a firm fist statement. Nepomuceno Russo! Next to no time, the champions have flown out of the blocks.
Just over 70 seconds, but Fitzroy have found their way ahead in a flash.
It's really now about the resolve of the Black Army. It was evident that they weren't exactly fond of Fitzroy going fifth man so early. They were under the pump trying to interpret the situation. And Fitzroy, as they usually do, without any qualms, find the opener. Josh Allen, instrumental as the fifth man on court. It's now about the character of the side in second place.
Temel looking for an early reply. That one blocked by Parthamos. Josh Allen now without the fifth man kit on. They wanted an early goal. They went and got it in some style. Ross rattled it into Nepomuceno. Hume are hunting a quick reply. Not the start that Fernando Di Moraes and co had in mind. The perfect start for Jimmy Soufis' side. Here's Mohamed Temel. Russo on the other way on the break. Steers it over. Fitzroy moments away from going 2 up in the space of 3 minutes. A blistering counter. Hume pockets were picked. Nepomuceno squared it and Russo wrapped it just over. Hume completely exposed when losing possession. And the champions nearly made them pay. Ross at the other end. You saves it. Dropped to the wood. Oh, brilliant. A wonderful intervention for Rogan. Now Nepomuceno. Russo take 2. Murray slid. Parthamos picked it up. And Chichek at the other end off the line.
What a passage of futsal to kickstart your hearts here.
For Rogan.
At DC double, there's 2 goal line clearances. Armand Dawood thought he'd scored his mentor. Scott Rogan said, not today, son. Clears off the line. You go down the other end. Gam Murray beaten. Parthamos thought he'd scored. Insert Yubidi Chichek, his former teammate at Cambo.
Remarkable how neither found the net. Heart rates through the roof at both ends. Futsal at its finest. Chichek wanted a shove. And Parthamos gave him a light tap instead. Russo. Again for Parthamos. Rogan. Those two wanting to work in tandem. Scott Rogan wanted a foul to Woods. Allowed Nepomuceno half an inch and he took a yard.
Michael Ciaris and Benjamin Howell are your officials for today's opening match.
Fitzroy hunting a quick fire 1-2 punch. Parthamos blazed his effort over.
Of course, without forgetting the third of the trio, being our man Sebs Durrell. You feel as if today they'll have their work cut out for them. Lots at stake. First against second. Hume wanting to continue with their fine start to the season. Greater tests starting to venture towards their horizons. Fitzroy, none greater in their way. Rogan, intricate. Nepomuceno flirting with the idea of a flamboyant pass for Rogan, who hits the crossbar. That would have been vintage Fitzroy in living colour.
Just how good has the start to this game been? An immense display of quality at both ends, not just defensively. That little flick from Nepomuceno, it's delightful. It just opened the door. Murray beaten all ends up. The bar the only thing preventing Fitzroy from doubling their lead.
The ball, and I quote from Seb Sturell, is absolutely gone. Need to get the pump inserted into the ball quickly. And all sets of players had to pause. The equipment not right. Back up and away. Cicek for Temel. Armand lurking centrally. Parthamos as far as Rogan. Aaron New had to go up and high with the clearance. Javara Nepomuceno rolling back the years with some real flamboyant play. Representing Curacao on a national stage. More than 50 occasions. He's done it all. As Cicek was confronted by Parthamos, Armand Wood going as direct as he could in that passage.
And that's where Hume have looked most dangerous, when they've been able to go direct. Fitzroy just look a little bit disjointed defensively. You saw it where they forced Aaron New to clear. That's where they get the most joy going at the Tigers. The issue for them is it hasn't happened often enough, and defensively they've been all that season. They've had to sacrifice that defensive solidity they've had so far this season to try and go at them more.
Corey Swall opted to try and find his teammate with a side foot off the volley. Christian Peluso enters the court for the first time this evening. Instrumental in the Tigers' opening clash against Moreland. A couple of goals for the number 9. Hadn't featured against Pascoe Vale last week, I believe due to an issue with his kit. Not sure what had transpired there, but Peluso hadn't featured, although being in attendance. DeWood looking for Cicek. Rogan likes to roam out of infrastructure. The mentor against the apprentice on court between Armand DeWood and Scott Rogan.
And it is also the master and the apprentice off court on the touchline with Jimmy Soufis and Fernando Timorais.
A thud heard on impact between Allen and Ross. Players of similar styles. Luke Ross applying his trade in his native state of Western Australia over in Perth. The King Tyler Garner was here last week. The Prince now in our presence as Ross sends it back to WA with his free kick.
Perhaps would have liked that one back, Luke Ross. That one not very regal in its execution, but having weathered a bit of a Fitzroy storm, you can just see they're starting to get more joy and maybe a bit of a nerve settler as well for Hugh.
To add to the danger, a former Fitzroy title winner, Arturo Diaz, has entered the mix. Lots of experience, already barking orders to his players on court. When the Raging Bull speaks, you have to listen. Cicek. Hume just starting to show signs of desperation. They realise the contest is up for grabs. They can't seem or want to concede another. At the same time, Ethan, they want to throw men forward and risk the idea of scoring again, if it means they are to concede.
Timing's going to be of the essence for them tonight. Whether Hume can execute when they are on top. They're in a good patch at the moment. Defensively, have shored up from those early few moments, and much of that is thanks to that man right there, Luke Ross, who goes for Arturo Diaz, whose touch was loose. Corey Sewell, who've been put on for Fitzroy. A familiar trio for Jimmy Soufis to go to. The regulars on which he calls on so often. Ross one up on that occasion. Cicek wanted a shot, and Allen was across the block. Diaz. DeWood. Set it for Cicek, who couldn't spin Sewell. Diaz went to give a helping hand, and Hume have won themselves a corner via a good bit of pressure.
Industrious from the Raging Bull. From nothing earns a corner for his side.
Diaz's take, nobody darted, wanted to find Ross. Rogan and Saul cut it out, and now Fitzroy go. Rogan is standing up by Ross, who made the block. DeWood then came across and was happy to clear. But that is the fire they play with when they search forward, the Black Army. Fitzroy in a flurry, rushing on the counter. Rogan, Saul, shifted away from Cicek. It was an awkward one for Murray, who had to spill away for a corner.
Yeah, Murray not able to hang on. He wasn't too pleased about that idea. Or the idea of not holding on to the ball. Allen starting to prove to be the difference maker for Fitzroy so far in this contest.
And it will be his corner. Fizz with real guile across. And with too much on it for Saul, who appreciated the idea. Peluso at the back post also gave a wry thumbs up.
Peluso thought he might have had to unleash his inner Robin van Persie at the 2014 Rio de Janeiro Brazil World Cup. The flying Italianman. Not to be this time for Peluso.
Cicek, now Biliansky, Diaz. Thought about Ross momentarily on the switch, but Peluso has been diligent in the way he's looked to cut the lines. Ross is starved of options. Hume having a bit of a breakdown. Biliansky, it's a good challenge from Peluso. The Italian on that occasion, flying in firmly but fairly. Peluso just told to retreat a couple of yards by Michael Ciaris. Cicek, Ross, Cicek take two, and Aaron forced into a save down low. Not cleared, Biliansky then went and won it. Cicek kept it alive with a Rabona, and Diaz couldn't steer it for Biliansky.
Gero Biliansky. Imran Turkman on court now for the Black Army. They've got heaps of players at their disposal. And Lockie Ramadan has his substitute bib off. Really intrigued to see what dimension the big number 9 provides for Hume when he comes onto the court soon.
It's Rogan in the meantime. Turkman pressed him. He went back for Peluso, who gave it away to Biliansky. Rogan was clipping at the heels of not just him, but Turkman too, who evaded him and then went beyond Saul. Rogan in retreat got a foot in. Biliansky kept it rolling. Diaz. A bit more patience from Hume, who have been pushing for some time now. The Raging Bull once more. Biliansky. Ross. Out the other way for Diaz. Saul stood him up to good effect.
Don't mind this from the Black Army. Motemel, their player of the month, re-emerges on the court. It looks as if Lockie Ramadan will be deployed at a time where he'll be, in the eyes of Fernando de Moraes, at his most potent. Keeping the ace of Lockie Ramadan up their sleeves, the Black Army. They've had some territory following conceding the opening goal. It was Turkman in towards Biliansky, who ushers the ball out of play with Rogan on his tail for it to remain with the side trailing by a goal to nil. Biliansky. Diaz for Temmel. Wants to take the game on, the player of the month. He draws a corner.
And that's what he brings, and he's been freed up to do that more this season. He's been allowed to drive whenever he's been on the court in tandem with Arturo Diaz. Those two understand each other well, and it just gives Hume a much better structure.
Diaz. There is Temmel, that connection Ethan Riggs speaks of. Biliansky. Hume working laterally to try carve out the opening. Diaz's run was a bit late, and now Rogan wants to go on a run of his own. He's cut off by Temmel, and Hume momentarily had the numbers. Temmel driving! Just wide of Aarens' posts. It's more provocative from the side in black.
And they've been building towards that too. Just in the last couple of minutes, they've been able to reapply that pressure that Fitzroy were able to evade the first time round. Temmel getting an opportunity on the drive, just checked it momentarily. Then once he realised Rogan was going to commit to the retreat, it gave him the option to use the others as decoy.
It's pedestrian from Cosi Russo in the defensive half for Fitzroy. Diaz, once he got around Josh Allen, rushed at the opportunity, one might deem. Nepomuceno. tussling with the ball, and Josh Allen takes charge on his own. And off half a step, hits the crossbar.
And he got a flick as well on the way. That's a terrific save from Gab Murray, who didn't have long to react to that. That was arrowing for the top corner, and that fingertip at the moment prevents all of Hume's good work from being undone.
From nowhere, the epitome of human excitement, Josh Allen. Showing us why that's not just a nickname. He earned years ago from Michael Chavello. Sewell keeps it alive. No, he doesn't. No Tanker, Reset Kawuglu, Alan Kolak all watching from the stands. Itching to perhaps be on the bench, but have full trust in the likes of Demarius, Ignatiadis and Mohammed. Diaz. They've worked it nicely here, Hume! And he simply couldn't miss. Imran Turkman turns it in for 1-1, and the Black Army have found their equaliser.
And it's such a well-worked goal. The 1-2 with Diaz and Temel, it's intricate, but the weight on it is perfect. It carves out the opportunity, and it just draws Aaron Yu in. It gives him the split-second decision of go and get it, and he doesn't get there. It allows Turkman at the back post completely on his own to turn in a well-worked equaliser. They pick Fitzroy apart.
It's a real momentum-based game, Futsal. And it seems as if Fitzroy was slowly getting the seesaw back in their way. Cam Murray with a duo of saves, the second more important than the first.
Brilliant. And that's exactly what you need from him. Having had an awkward moment, he's had two now that will settle those nerves and get him back to his confident best.
Corey Sewell never really brought genuine purchase. It ricocheted towards Russo. Bilyansky there to block.
Hume having levelled. Now looking to surge and to flip this game on its head. Allen looking to change that. Temel dived in late. And for it, will receive the game's first yellow card.
Well, you will hear it when Josh Allen hits the ground. And I'm sure that would have been heard around the state. Big crash and bang from Josh Allen, seated by the captain Mo Temel, and his efforts have put the Black Army leader into the book with the yellow card.
And it's given Fitzroy a free kick in a position where Javaro Nepomuceno will fancy a look at this. Instead he goes for Parthamos, who momentarily had a yard. Temel quick to shut the door, forcibly recycled to Russo. He wants to carve his way around Diaz and runs out of room while trying to do so.
It's a terrifying thought if you're a goalkeeper, seeing Javaro Nepomuceno step up behind a suspended ball. It could genuinely take the paint off the posts, the amount of power he possesses on both feet.
Turkman, Ramadan, shielded off Parthamos. Diaz, going for Imran Turkman. Now Temel, clipped it for Ramadan, who was pinned by Allen. Temel, and Russo was there to block. Hume just really starting to get on top in this game. How much can they make of the sun shining upon them? Ross, Ramadan's spin was sharp, but Rogan tracked him all the way. Rogan, Parthamos, and again Fitzroy can't play out. Ross picked it off. Ramadan was on his own and steered it wide. And a rolling foul for Parthamos' challenge on Luke Ross. They were caught red-handed playing out.
Itchy, Luke Ross, the best way to describe him. He just wants to compete, has the tenacity to do so. As Turkman has been lurking, Ethan. He's been in all the right places since he scored Hume's equaliser. And yet again, from a half chance, was there to put Fitzroy under immediate pressure.
And as a result, Hume have a corner. Ramadan out for Temel. Again for Turkman, who's the one that's turned this game since coming on. His slide was lucky not to collect Rogan. And that the first piece of disgruntlement from either bench for the evening. Doubt it will be the last. As Ross sized up Parthamos, rolled it on for Ramadan. Set back for Nicholas Parthamos for his first introduction of the evening. Got himself underway for the new campaign as well last week. How he will be hoping to score in consecutive games. Ross is rolling, and Parthamos was with him all the way.
How sustainable will this current Hume ascendancy be? That is developing as the real ask. They've been okay in this game. They've certainly been in it. It's really a matter of how long they can keep at this level for.
The second they slip up as well, there's a side waiting to pounce in the way that only Tigers do. And Rogan is looking to do that upon Parthamos, who did well to shield it.
There's the court well to Zik Parthamos. It's been a while since we've seen the two brothers against each other on court. How good is that? A lot more at stake this time around as Ross had to lunge to get his foot onto the ball. Rogan cut it off. Ramadan not diving in towards Parthamos. Rogan, Russo. Hume stepping up behind the ball. Parthamos finding Nepomuceno in a tussle with Temel, who's happy to shield the ball out of play.
That high press has been so effective just when they've looked to step up a couple of yards. It's something Hume haven't always done going into this fixture. They've usually been happy to drop deeper. This time it's a different mindset that Dimmerais is looking to install. He wants his side to get at Fitzroy, and you can see it.
Ramadan shrugs away Rogan. Ross was vacant. Ramadan tried to find him on 2 occasions. Ross backtracks and resets with Gam Murray. Parthamos. Ross. Told to go by Dimmerais. Ramadan circling out to find Temel. Chipping not as far as Rogan. He's read the game well so far today for his Tigers. Nepomuceno not around Parthamos, who's been lively in this game since coming on. He wanted the foul, didn't get it. Play will resume. No, it won't. Twice says Luke Ross. But Parthamos was not to be denied. He's had a great start to this game.
Terrific since his introduction, and he just adds that air of tenacity and of physicality as well. It's not easy to shield off Javaro Nepomuceno, not once but twice, as Luke Ross was alluding to. That introduction is so important, and he's a player of immense quality too.
Many forget that to be the case about Nick Parthamos. Had his injuries and concerns with his knee all throughout the last couple of years. Hopefully 2025 is a lot kinder to him. Seems to be a thing with the Parthamos boys. Their knees always getting in the way of seeing them at their fullest potential. Temel for Ross. Ramadan not able to control. Oscar Bryant enters the mix. Ross, centre of the court. Ramadan too hot to handle. Bryant has the acceleration to skid around and keep the ball in play. And he tests Murray. Well done from the youngster of Oscar Bryant to get the shot away.
It's magnificent from Oscar Bryant, just the way he's able to keep that move alive, turn a half chance into perhaps possibly a swinging momentum.
Blink and you'll miss him. Full credit, he was sliding like Michael Jackson towards the Hume technical area, readjusted in time, beat his man and got a shot away. Impressive. Ross. Temel. To Wood, trying to go around Elias Parthamos. Ramadan coming deeper. Temel. Ross. Hume trying to carve open the Tigers. Ramadan controls, awaits the movement. Goes solo, Lockie Ramadan. Stumbling while he took the shot on. Aaron New at the other end looking for Cosi Russo, who tried his best Ralph Macho impersonation. It's all instinctive. It's whether you make contact or not. Ramadan takes a spell. Ethan Rigg, I've really enjoyed the way Lockie Ramadan's come into this game and embraced the situation.
And he's added another element to how Hume have gone about it. Fitzroy have been stepping off him, as they have Luke Ross. It fell for Cicek! A ricochet has the reigning champions rumbled. Hume have flipped it on its head. Ubede Cicek on the spot to turn in, and the Black Army hit the front.
It's been coming. It's seriously been brewing. It's finally come to the top of the surface. They've had such an identity so far in this match. Have the Black Army.
And they might be in again. Cicek came crashing, and Aaron, you could only watch it fly over, wanting, hoping. A whisker from the possibility of a buffer and more bedlam. And on a rare occasion we say this, it is up to Fitzroy now to respond. Rogan and Saul trying to do so. Hustled by Armand Dawood. Rogan found Bryant, Temmel got a touch, it found Cicek, who returned it tidily. Dawood is tiptoeing, and Rogan blocked right in the nick of time. Saul. Rogan, Saul took a tumble, Fitzroy free kick.
And how they needed that, the Tigers. They want to play the game quickly though, they've not taken any time.
Parthamos with haste. Wanting to work an angle to have a hit around Otero Diaz, beyond to Woods!
This has become a game of one-upsmanship between Nick Parthamos and Elias Parthamos, with the cannon saying to his brother and to those watching, whatever you can do, I can do better. He took it all comers. Had the cannon a whisker, to quote Ethan Rigg, away from the equalizer. And that's how quickly the whole dynamic of this contest can change. It can be lightning fast how quickly things turn on their head here between these two.
Parthamos that time got the final touch before it found touch. Potentially an opportunity for a breather. For the first time this afternoon, this early evening. The question on how long Hume could hold the ascendancy. Turns out at the moment, they're doing more than hold it, they are running away with it. Diaz got it back from Temmel, steered it for Cicek. Rogan didn't allow him to turn. Saul wanted the shield, wanted the foul, he got neither. Temmel on for Dawood. Who slows it to a stop. Him and Diaz working in tandem. Temmel. Diaz. Dawood. Bryant was there and nearly picked his pocket. The first time really this game has allowed itself to breathe in this first half. It has been frantic from these two sides. When it was billed as a clash of the top two, I doubt many coming in this evening, I doubt many tuning in expected a game of this much flow, of this much magnitude and of this much magnetic shift. And Hume are the ones providing the quake.
Cicek confronted by Corey Swool. Diaz. Dawood circling Parthamos. Spins around and has Rogan on for the pass. Fitzroy might have a chance. Well, the Tigers wanted something. They thought Temmel was late on the captain. They had a certain glimpse for goal.
Rogan, head in hands and then protesting. Perhaps should have pulled the trigger earlier. Had so much time once bed down on Gab Murray.
Well, Mo Temmel has to be careful. He is on a yellow card.
Stay there, Lucky.
Well done from Parthamos yet again to spin away and find his teammate. Diaz had stood off of his former Fitzroy accomplice.
Controversial, Jimmy. Controversial, mate.
Jimmy Soufis trying to plead his case as Diaz into the youngster of Bryant. And away go Hume. They want to go quickly to Wood. Too quick for his own good. Bryant on the back track. Not megging Diaz. This game's got all the heat in the world. It got hot for Wood on the edge of the area, who snatched at the half opportunity, but it's starting to get bloody hot in DCSS.
And the temperature raised by the two young lads, Armando Wood and Oscar Bryant, who have played so much futsal against one another at youth level. You finally see that on the senior stage. And it's that desire from both, to Wood not to lose out, Bryant to go and win it back. There's a hunger, and it exemplifies this game so far.
Rogan with Diaz. Allen back to Rogan. Diaz senses half an opportunity to get the ball. It's up for dispute. Rogan dragging it in. Sulu Muhammad bolts across to issue the timeout, which the Black Army issue. They lead by 2-1 against top of the table, reigning champions Fitzroy. Not the worst way to start round 4 of the SFV Men's Premiership. As we cross the timeout, Hume FC 2, Fitzroy FC 1. Described by those around us as an unreal way to kickstart what's now a month into the 2026 SFV Men's campaign. The Black Army have taken the game to the champions. Imran Turkman's recent goal, the difference maker. Temel has a side ball. Diaz getting around Swall, nearly had half a yard to shoot. Parthamos intervenes, Corey Swall with the composure. Will recycle, Fitzroy in possession. Parthamos wanting to draw away two black shirts at the expense of having the ball go out of play.
And they've had so much trouble playing out of the press. Hume have organised themselves perfectly so far, and it just hasn't allowed Fitzroy to get into a rhythm. And that is the thing that this side requires the most. When they hit their straps, they look unstoppable, but at the moment, they can't seem to find their footing.
Rogan back to Aaron Yu. He's had a couple of tests on his return game. Parthamos heading, nobody home. On the topic of Aaron Yu, fantastic to see the shot stopper doing what he loves to do, what he does best. Trying to get rid of the court rust. Had featured, of course, in Moles Downey's 2026 Asian Cup squad going to Jakarta. Great to see him finally home. Back on an SFV court. Ross finds Bilyansky. The return was anticipated. Aaron Yu cradles the ball. Rogan. Chipping for Corey Swall. Temel. Well, that's one way to do it. Flicked it up and cleared. Swall and Temel coming together. Captain claiming there might have been something in his back. But Fitzroy have looked to issue a timeout of their own. Jimmy Sufis wanting to re-rally up the troops. Scores around the same at 2-1 in favour of the Black Army as we cross to yet another timeout break. Josh Allen re-emerges on the court with the fly kit on. Fitzroy chasing a 1-goal deficit.
They'll be hoping Lightning can strike twice with fifth man, as it did in the first minutes of the first half. They'll be hoping it does in the last couple as well. Hume will have to hold on to preserve their lead to the end, and already Fitzroy making inroads. Rousseau, Parthamos, Rogan. Testing, trying to turn the screw and find an opening. Elias Parthamos had a yard for himself and slashed his effort wide of the near post. Temmel. Hume's turn to evade a high press and they can't do so. Cleared only as far as Rogan, whose effort was deflected off Ross, and Fitzroy have a corner.
Ominous do Fitzroy look when they have the fifth man on court. They want to work the ball towards their danger man of Elias Parthamos.
Set all the way back for Rogan from Nepomuceno. Hume barking themselves up. Allen, Nepomuceno. They've got a quick glance off the wood. Rogan, Rousseau. Parthamos lurking centrally. Channels to him, cut off on all ends. Rogan, Allen. What can Fitzroy find, if anything at all? Josh Allen. Rogan, Rousseau. Time now against them. Rogan might get their last look at the first half. In fact, Parthamos had it break his way.
Oi.
Ross dived in. Biliansky's got an open net! Astonishing! Hume picked their pockets, and right at the very end of the first half, made Fitzroy pay the full price. The dam walls were set up, the drawbridge was lifted, and then Fitzroy left themselves exposed out the back.
Wow. Oh, wow. Biliansky writing his name in Hume folklore. There's no better way to end the half.
Dying seconds. A piece of Biliansky brilliance has given Hume breathing room. Fitzroy flustered, chasing for the first time this campaign, and there is belief on the other side. Half-time in Darabin at a potentially decisive opening clash to start Sunday. It's Hume 3, Fitzroy 1. We return from half-time. Fitzroy had Josh Allen running fifth man in the first half. It is Cosimo Russo's duty in the second period. They find themselves 3-1 down against their Hume side, who are hunting their way right towards an early season scalp. That first 20, if that's indicative of what they are capable of this season, then Fernando Di Marais' side are most well drilled. However, you cannot count out the Tigers on any occasion. They've come back from further than this. And the second half, if they just take their opportunities, you very well never know where this night could take us, where this afternoon could fade away. And Fitzroy are on the early march. Nepomuceno back for Allen, Rogan, Parthamos. They work it well. Josh Allen once more. This is a real test of Hume mettle in that defensive setup. And Scott Rogan and Fitzroy just take their time to traverse Hume. Allen is now deepest. Rogan operating on that flank. A really patient build-up from Jimmy Soufas' side. They know what's at stake if they give it away. They've already seen and been burnt by Gira Biliansky right on the stroke of the break, which has made the hill just a fraction steeper to climb. But they are looking to leave base camp post-haste. Parthamos, Russo! It's a good save from Murray. And Ross then also cleared further from danger.
Cam Murray getting around himself like he usually does. A big war cry having made the save.
Rogan, Parthamos. Scott Rogan thought about it momentarily and set it for Allen. Di Marais barking on the touchline. Parthamos couldn't be piercing enough to find Nepomuceno on the far side. And every single wave surfed out really from Hume is met with palpable applause.
18 minutes and 16 seconds to hold on. We'll go and find another. Every play, every moment will mean so much to every spoke on the Black Army wheel.
It's intricate from Rogan. Lovely to find Allen, who went around one and then lost his footing while trying to keep the move going. And the mop will be required. First time in the evening's affairs. Maybe the first time this game has been allowed to breathe this evening. It has been frantic, and for Hume at the moment, they're in a position which has been a long time coming. Over 15 games in the league since they last beat Fitzroy. Adam, it's a very unwanted record. They're just starting, maybe, to believe that it could come to an end tonight.
They shouldn't be begrudged for that not to be the case, Ethan. They've had a very decent first half. It's such a tall order as the game continues to remain tight, remain compact, and ultimately bleed out the clock, which won't stop until full time, obviously. But as the ball goes out of play, in each scenario, Hume have to remain fresh, remain focused, remain at their prominent best to walk away with points against the Tigers.
Here is Rogan. Fitzroy trying their best to be as formidable as usual. Quick 1-2 with Parthamos. Hume unmoved. Rogan wanted a yard for himself. Allen. Scott Rogan. Parthamos. Pressed by DeWood. And was forced laterally once more. Again unable to make inroads And then Temel won it. And then Cicek crashed it. And that is where they'll get their looks. And now they press high. Rogan wanted handball. Temel steered it! But without the finesse required.
It's 2 looks in a matter of seconds. Was that handball on Temel? Looks as if it might have hit the upper region of his shoulder around the collarbone. Upon a second glimpse on the replay, that's what Seb Sturell was gesturing towards the Fitzroy bench. Too much loft, but that's 2 consecutive looks for the Black Army.
So they had to clear their lines again, Fitzroy. A high press proving problematic. Similar vein to the first half. Murray flung it for the wood. Allen cut across and wasn't able to keep it in.
You really wonder what Fitzroy's opponents in the competition at the top end are thinking following first half from Hume. Wonder what Darren Saban is thinking about right now, what the Charchies would have to say. Perhaps there is a blueprint. How close the Charchies were last week with Pascoe Vale. And culminating out of a comeback. Really inspired performance from them. Fitzroy, obviously the team to beat. They have been for some years now in the men's sector. As time continues to trickle along, clubs aren't afraid to really give it a go. Ross comes across. Cicek trying to thread it in between Allen and Aaron Ewan. Swall and Ross was within a foot. Swall shrugs the tackle. Has Parthamos somehow denied. It's a scramble on the goal line. Gab Murray with a roar again. The keeper instrumental in preventing the ball from going into the back of the net.
Terrific persistence from Corey Saul at the start of the move as well. Just to keep it moving, keep it rolling, and force that opportunity. Parthamos gets unlucky. Murray goes right via pure reflex. But Fitzroy are just starting to find a few openings for themselves, and Hume are just having a couple of cracks start to show.
Allen for Russo. New idea with the number 4 having the fly kit on. It was Swall wanting Nepomuceno to arrive at the back posts. The Fitzroy number 10 never arriving. As Aaron gets back in between the sticks. Arku returns to court in the Premiership against Carlton Hearts shortly. Mourned Pascoe Vale to round out that of tonight's proceedings. It's got the flavour to be one of those nights in Darebin as Swall tests the keeper Murray. It was awkward for the man in Aqua.
And Saul's just starting to get more involved. And Fitzroy need him to, if they are to make inroads into this deficit. For Hume, it's been so far so good. But just as the number 11 has started to get his stamp on the game, Fitzroy looked much more potent.
Russo. Swall finds Allen. They're trying to flick it on towards Nepomuceno, who was there to almost direct the momentum of the ball. Murray covered at the near post. Parthamos. Russo. Combining possession. Patiently awaiting the opening. Allen. Parthamos. Russo. The free-man Swall. Hume building a wall behind the Fitzroy possession. No leakage yet. Russo. Swall. Seconds being shaved off the clock. Fitzroy wanting, crying, itching for that opening. Russo, patient. Swall, inside the area. Nepomuceno, denied by Murray again. Corner the Tigers. Allen, you'd think there was only seconds left in the contest. There's in fact 15 minutes to go as Parthamos is charged down by Temel. Tension in the building.
And what a difference Gab Murray is making this evening. In between the sticks, he has been a wall. He has been impenetrable. thus far, apart from when they caught him napping early, of course. But since then, he's looked switched on, his movement has been sharp, and they've struggled to break down. A succession of Fitzroy corners. Many a set piece. As they are still embarking on the long and winding road back towards a more positive position. Russo, Sewell, Allen. Hume haven't faltered so far. Sewell, Peluso, Murray intervened again. Some evening for him so far. Fitzroy eager to get the 5 that Jimmy Soufas believes are his strongest out on court at the moment. Sewell set it back for Parthamos. Allen, Rogan. Returned it to Josh Allen. Can they find an opening? Can they carve a way to turn Hume jubilation to angst? Elias Parthamos once more, who was in with a shout for Player of the Month for the season's opening set. Allen, Rogan, Fitzroy hunting, and again Luke Ross in the right place. Every single intervention being celebrated as if it were a goal. Parthamos on for Russo. Went inventively for Rogan. Sewell was on his own, it's hit the post. They carved their way through, and when it was the finishing touch that was needed, the frame of the goal denied them.
It was razor sharp, surgical from the Tigers, and only the frame of goal to deny them. Murray well beaten. Sewell looking for the complete corner of the net. Russo was fantastic with his diagonal passing. I don't think they could get any closer if they tried.
And still, Hume are unfaltered. What a ball from Ross for Parthamos! You spilled and then gathered as Biliansky was converging. Nicholas Parthamos hit that with some pace.
He had a lot more time than he bargained for. What a headline that would have been from Nico.
Lovely ball from Rogan. Sewell at the other end has again hit his effort wide. And we are starting to see the same rhythm that accompanied the first half. Murray's fling. Biliansky had 2 to beat and couldn't do so. Parthamos with haste. Rogan, Allen. They are in a hurry. Aaron Yu tentatively off momentarily. Parthamos, Sewell, Fitzroy 3-on-2. They've caught Hume out, and the ball split Rogan and Allen, who were both wanting to converge on the far side.
Biliansky out of breath as he gestured to Fernando de Moraes to come off and out of the spell. What a customer he's been for Hume, not just this season, but in their most important match of the year so far.
Cicek, Parthamos, cut out by Rogan. It then fell for Allen. He returned for Rogan, and a diving Arturo Diaz denies him.
Years of experience in the dive from Diaz. The mop will be needed, but Parthamos had lost possession, which allowed for Fitzroy to spring away towards their goal. Diaz on the back track with a big slide. They're adamant, Fitzroy, that they're nowhere near out this game. Time not a factor yet. You just scratch your head as to how Hume are going to continue all this energy, which has carried them into a 3-1 lead against the champions with 12 minutes left on the clock in the second half. Almost a war of attrition. Allen. Parthamos. Rogan's vacant. Here waits Corey Sewell. And here come the champions. They picked their moment. They were prodding. They were huffing and puffing. And they've finally blown the deficit only back to a 1-goal margin.
And it's been coming. Fitzroy have just looked even more so like they flicked the switch, like they've gone up a gear at the start of this second half. They've looked more potent since having Cosimo Russo as that fifth man. It's freed up Corey Sword, it's freed up Josh Allen, as he's now not the centre of Hume's defensive attention. And they switched off momentarily. The first crack in a war of attrition.
Well trapped by Parthamos. Diaz. Cicek. Parthamos not able to get there in time. Parthamos. Cosi Russo lurking as deep as he can in the fly kit. Fitzroy sensing an equaliser. They've been patient, they've been methodical. It's now time to get active and put their money right where their mouths are in finding a goal that will put them back into this game on the scoreboard. Flung in towards Rogan, who couldn't get a foot onto it. Murray, wasteful, Swool. Ricochets back to Allen. On comes Russo. 11 minutes left on the clock. Favours the side, down by a goal. Allen. Parthamos. They're happy to take all the time in the world. Russo. Rogan. Back to Russo. Parthamos. Nobody's blinking at the moment. No one is taking their eyes away from any passage. Temple picked it up. Blemishes wide.
And that was almost the momentary release Hume were hoping for. They finally got Fitzroy to falter, where it looked as though every single ball, every pass played was intricate in its execution, entirely deliberate and purposeful. They then got them to blink. But Fernando Di Moraes just starting to ask questions of Gera Biliansky, of Luke Ross, just saying, how much have you got left?
And Hume, in stark contrast to how they started the game in the first half, been rather wasteful in possession. Perhaps let the situation get to them. Russo. Parthamos. A silence sounds around DCSS. Allen. Parthamos. Edging ever closer forward are those in yellow. Rogan, who will seize the equaliser for Fitzroy upon the time of asking. Time, as we mentioned, not a factor. We've been in this pattern for some time. Swool for Rogan. Is this the chance? Murray gets a foot on it. Cicek now put his head down and got to work. Controversial. Very controversial. Ethan Rigg on the replay.
Fitzroy incensed. They felt as though Cicek, having lost out, had deliberately collided with Parthamos, who held his ground. It is a close one. The initial call waved away by Michael Ciaris on the far side. It was Benjamin Howe who issued the free kick. He had the better view. And Hume have a free kick, which Temel will take, and Rogan will clear. There's Allen again for Rogan. Hume go the high press, as they had done in the first half to good effect, and Diaz was ready to rage and ready to rumble Rogan, who found Parthamos. Steered down the line for Josh Allen. It took a touch off Temel on its way. Elias Parthamos acting as conductor. Russo couldn't find Rogan. Cicek came crashing through. Jimmy Sufus wanting his side to stop rushing, to take the time that is available to them. There is still ample amounts left. There's Allen, Parthamos, Russo. Again, Elias Parthamos, Corey Sewell, hustled by DeWood. Parthamos placed it, Murray came a long way and had to get something on it, otherwise Rogan was in with a vacant net. My word, the margins are fine. You could hear a pin drop in this place right now. Rogan's corner, set all the way for Parthamos, whose touch was a good one. Allen. Sewell steered, Murray got an intervention again. And somehow had it ricochet away from the on-rushing Rogan.
He was nervous, Murray, as the ball was thrown in towards him with such pace. Real hot potato-like stuff, and he was unbalanced, the goalkeeper. He realised it could have simply gone anywhere. Although the deflection he made onto it was positive from the Hume perspective.
Court cleansed. Action ready to resume. Luke Ross awaiting reintroduction. A test of what Hume have got left in the tank. Parthamos. Russo. Those two working in tandem with one another. He had Allen on the switch, it opened the yard for Rogan instead. Now Russo once more. Parthamos. Sewell. DeWood did well. Sewell evaded him. And Diaz got an all-important foot in the way. And still they are surging. Russo. Parthamos. Can Fitzroy find something? Rogan's got a yard! And Rogan's caught Murray in his near post. And the champions have ripped it right back.
How often will you see Scott Rogan score a header? That's the levels Fitzroy have had to go to. And they found their equaliser for some reward. They were building and building. And finally, the damn wall is broken with 8 minutes left on the clock. Rogan's neat header at the near post. Murray, nothing the keeper could do. The champions muster up what they're made of and are back on level terms.
And now the real question being posed is what have Hume got in return? Having had the momentum, it's now ripped away from them. They must find a way to go again.
Biliansky back on court. Combined to Semmel in that offensive third. Diaz. Rogan controlled it nicely. The Raging Bull gets it back. Rogan takes charge. The game's going to open up. Luke Ross is going to re-emerge to be a fly on the wall in the Hume camp. How can Fernando de Moraes tactically work his side back into the contest? Semmel, wasteful in possession. Rogan, Parthamos. Cosi Russo has the fly kit remain on. Of course they're not going to go for a draw. They want to win it. Russo. Back to the same holding pattern of the Fitzroy fifth man. Activation. Gives Hume half an opportunity to find a goal in which the way they had previously when they scored their third over the top. It's the half opportunity that resides for Hume if they are to be successful. Off the ball, Ross, well found by Murray. The ball not kept under the Prince of Perth's spell.
And now Hume are the ones getting direct and getting desperate to just reinstate themselves, not just in the lead, but in this game. It's been all Fitzroy in this second half, a complete polar opposite of how that first period transpired, where Hume were playing all the futsal. Fitzroy have flown this game right off the script, right out of any possible, imaginable Hume halftime team talk.
Still holding a high press. Fitzroy. Not allowing for Hume to have any possession in their defensive half. Russo. Rogan remains vacant. He's been dangerous in that position. Parthamos. DeWood pressing high on Allen. Swall. Murray controls. And might go for the sticks. No, he won't. Biliansky, the lone soldier for Hume. Allen holds him up. Well defended off the ball by the Tigers. 6.5 left on the clock. You might just favour the champions and get in the 3 points. Hume pegged back. If you are just joining us, Hume were leading 3-1 at half-time. They were leading that same scoreline until the 12th minute of this second half. Since then, Fitzroy found 2 quick goals and are back on level terms and nearly had the opening for the goal which would have put them in front, courtesy of the man who started the scoring this evening, that of Josh Allen.
And they were inches away. It's such a well-worked move. It's a great link-up between Russo and Rogan, and it opened the space for Allen. Hume were drawn over to that side, and it just gave him a pocket to tiptoe into, completely unmarked, because the focus had shifted entirely. That gave him the space for the shot. He just wasn't able to capitalise on that occasion. But that's the change for Fitzroy in this second half. Where they looked starved of space in the first period, they have now made this court look twice as wide.
Ross chipping for Cicek. Ball evades UC7.
Fitzroy have ripped the momentum. They are so close to taking the door off its hinges. And for hampering a hot Hume start, Parthamos through Biliansky's legs for Allen, who went on for Saul, who couldn't steer it for Russo, but will happily see it out of play. Ross blocking. Parthamos, Allen. Can Fitzroy find a way through? Russo got it back from Parthamos. Those two combining, again the pocket. Rogan and Saul, and they couldn't bundle it in. And Murray fancies a go, which was well wide. But they are finding oh so much space now. Hume holding on. The tank may be almost empty. Fernando Di Moraes wondering where he can refuel to go to the end. Where for Fitzroy, they will not want a stoppage. They will not want to break in the rhythm, which they have now found. It was absent for 20 minutes. It was absent for almost half an hour. And now it has flown back with some force and interest. And here's Corey Saul. Parthamos. Russo. Still, Hume prove hard to harbour a way through. Russo. On the switch for Saul. Allen was down the line. Tried to thread it for Rogan. Blocked by Temmel. Cleared only as far as Parthamos, and they'll go all over again. Saul, Parthamos. Dinked it for Allen, who nodded for Rogan, who'd gone early. They are getting oh so close. Ross chipping, wanted Cicek, who got the final touch. The top two going right to the wire, all tied up. A point benefits the reigning champions, though they won't be satisfied with merely just that. Russo. Allen. Back for Parthamos. On for Corey Saul. Again, Ross went to him. Parthamos, Russo. Cicek wanting to close the door. Rogan had two go to him. The closest was Biliansky. Russo, Parthamos out the other way for Saul this time. One more down the line for Allen. All involved. Hume being shuffled and shifted. Fitzroy still hunting. Rogan got a yard. Villiansky got a boot in. Temel, Cicek had it break for him. Had to go on his right. And again, was not far. And again, Fitzroy will go. Parthamos. On for Russo. This place getting tense and tight. And teeming with excitement. As Rogan. Parthamos. Fitzroy are trying to find a way with all their might. Russo. Rogan's got a yard and Diaz darted across. Just in the nick of time.
Can almost taste the flavour of the tension. Rogan blocked by Diaz. It's been so many important players from both sides on court tonight. It's been not an individual performance. Real unified both sides have been. Diaz twisting around. Swall has Rogan in the centre. Diaz with an important block. Gearing up for a dramatic curtain caller in the last 3 minutes of this clash. Nearing the eye of the storm. Oh, Fusco attends to the froth on the court. Ethan Rigg. The Tigers have been adamant. It's called for a brief team talk between both sides. You'd love to know what Diaz is getting his message across towards those in Hume colours. As for what Allen had to say to those in Fitzroy colours, you feel like this game is going to be defined on a moment which falls to one person, and it's whether they can seize it in that time.
And I reckon that was the exact message from Arturo Diaz. We will get a look. If we stay diligent, if we stay compact, if we frustrate them enough, we will get a look. If we take it, we could nick 3 points. Allen will be saying stay patient. There is enough time. We'll take all of it if we need to. We're starting to really find a groove. We're starting to really open Hume up. The opportunities are coming in plentiful supply. We just need to finish.
Rogan controls. Allen arrived and had a blemish wide. For Di Marais, he had to call for it. He waves a timeout like a flag towards Seb Sturell. That's exactly what Hume will get. 3 goals apiece. These sides evenly matched as we cross to a timeout break. Away we go, the last 3 minutes in this one. Armand to Wood, has Ibidi Cicek. Oh, that could have been the moment for Hume. Surely a sliding doors moment's just transpired. Fitzroy trying to play out, they find Rogan. Allen over the top, Parthamos lateral. Found by Rogan, the cannon. 2.5 minutes left, on comes Cosi Russo. The timeout was a breather for this absolute barnstorm we're in for in these last 2.5. Allen across the face, blocked by Cicek. Who's going to have the moment? Who's going to seize the moment for either side? Parthamos, Rogan, awaits Russo. He's been so damaging on that flank all by himself, Ethan.
He's been superb. And Fitzroy are still finding a way. If they are to find one, and a finishing one, you get the feeling it will be through him. Hume still awaiting that sliding doors moment, still awaiting maybe one more look, but Fitzroy, you get the feeling, will want to control this to the end.
Russo. Parthamos. Swall. Fitzroy loved holding the ball in this pattern. Rogan. Now Murray has to measure it. Di Marais calling for a high press. DeWood wins the ball back. Ross, Chichik, there's no keeper! And Hume have found a goal to put themselves in front! They went bananas in their technical area. A high press from Armand DeWood, and Nubity Chichik is there for the Black Army.
And there is the moment that they were talking about. The high press, just the quick switch from Di Marais. They've been hanging on this whole half. It's back on the front foot, and they make it pay.
Buckle up, the last 90 seconds will be all Fitzroy. Can Hume hold on?
Only one way to find out. Allen for Parthamos, Rogan searching. Set it back for Josh Allen, and Murray intervened, and again on Saul, and then DeWood dived in, and Fitzroy one timeout. Black Army Bedlam in Darebin. They have snatched it. The slenderest of leads as we go to a timeout. In fact, let's not.
No, we can't. We cannot go to a timeout. There's no way. We have to talk about Cam Murray. It's incredible. It's incredible keeping for the man in blue. Denying Allen, denying Swall. 2 times of asking. A huge slide from DeWood. He's a bloke that absolutely lives and breathes the sport, Armand DeWood. And how about this? It was a youngster who pressed high, won the ball back, kept it in play. Ross with the toe poke. Chichik. Of course, Rogan could not handle the ball. He had to just try block with his feet, but Chichik had it too powerful, too precise. Strap yourselves in. The heart rate of Alan Kolak right now would be off the charts and then some. How's your bottle from a Hume perspective? 1 minute and 15 seconds to hold on. Fitzroy are going to throw everything at them.
And they start with this corner. It will be Allen to take. Russo at the back post. There are 3 holding at the edge of the area. Josh Allen's corner. Set for Parthamos! Murray denied. Diaz in a foot race. Him and Parthamos combine, and Fitzroy have a free kick. And Arturo Diaz has a yellow card, much to his discontent. You get the feeling this is going to be a steamy 70 seconds to the end.
They're not out of belief. They're far from out of belief. Fitzroy, with all the words of affirmation, come on boys, we've still got this. Keep going, keep your heads up. And if they are to equalise, they'll go for the winner. There is no doubting that in the slightest. It'll be a heist of all ages if they can pull it off. It'll be the ultimate act of resilience from the Black Army if they can hold on. There hasn't been drama at these levels in Darebin, dare I say, since Morn Fitzroy back in Season 1 last year.
70 seconds, which will feel like a Hume eternity. They have to hang on to topple the dynasty, and Saul had a loose touch. Hume not in a hurry. Fitzroy have to go high. This to take the Black Army level on points at the top of the table, off the top on goal difference itself. but still they're not out of the woods. Rogan, Parthamos was awaiting Russo, had to switch for Saul, and now they have an overload. Russo on the overlap, and Allen's turned it wide.
Oh, man. And any touch Allen would have put onto the ball was certainly going to be goal bound. He was in the best possible position. Temmel with tired legs, Ross with a cramp. Only to add to the drama.
It's Diaz. Rogan ahead of Dawood. Now Allen, now Parthamos. Hume continuing to press side. They don't want Fitzroy to go fifth. Did Aaron touch it twice? Hume thought so. Temmel got a flick. Fitzroy had a corner.
No one can use a timeout. They've all been used. 24 seconds left. Unbelievable.
Saul, Murray, Allen over. Is that the piece that gives Hume the hang on? Diaz battle with Rogan. Fitzroy one handball. Diaz driving. Couldn't get away.
Here they go.
And now the counter. Allen, Ross. Ross has ripped him down. And a yellow card.
Oh, my word. 11 seconds. 11 seconds.
This might be it. One final Fitzroy look. Even though it is early in the title race, so much hinges on it. Hume can go level.
Hearts in the mouths of everybody in this place right now. Not an eyelid looking away from the action. Rogan wants a makeshift team talk. The noise when this is to culminate will tell its own story. The most important 11 seconds, dare I say, in Hume's recent history. Collett can't bear to watch. It would simply come down to this for the Tigers, if they are to equalise.
It will be Rogan, it will be Allen, and it's wide. Does that get them over the line? Still, no one is moved. No one is making an early stake. Temmel wanting a distance game. Murray with too much of it. There is one more go.
Crazy things have happened. 6 seconds left on the clock.
Here we go then. Aaron flung it. Saul, Parthamos lurking. Temmel steered it. 2 seconds. It is now or never. Parthamos. Allen! It's wide! And Hume have toppled the champions. They go. Only goal difference off the top itself. Spearing, hurtling towards the summits. They were down and out at 3-all. They had run their race, used their energy, and had no fuel to go. And Ubadicicek on fumes found a way. Fitzroy, for the first time this campaign, for the first time this calendar year, taste defeat in Darabin, where it is Black Army Bedlam as the full-time score reads. Hume 4, Fitzroy 3. The evening's second instalment, and if you caught us for the first, you will know that now this is also one of massive importance. Melbourne Aku can move themselves within 2 points of the top of the league if they beat Carlton Heart tonight, and it would compound yet another in a long list of longing Carlton Heart opening results to kickstart their season. But with the door open, with Hume and Fitzroy level at the top, Aku can join the party as the third side already now in the early race. Ethan Rigg and Adam Palombi, as always, on your now early Sunday evening. Adam, this might be Melbourne Aku's best look yet at a real title race.
Baffled by what we just saw. There was so much noise in the Hume camp, in the locker room. They were going absolutely crazy. It was like 1999 all over again. The noise they were making, you thought they'd won the competition, given they've just toppled one of Australia's, if not Australia's, premier men's side. And with that being all stated, Ethan, we've got a new look to the ladder, which opens opportunities up for those who want to take them. And we had alluded to in that match that it was going to be fought on moments and who could seize it. And it was Ubidi Chichik of Hume who seized his moment for the Black Army, a club he's been with for so long. And with that, its implications extend into this FC Carlton Heart and Melbourne Aku FC clash. Those in blue, to make that a dark green rather, might just tout themselves to enter an early title race if they are to find some points here tonight, given their current stage after a few matches played in the season. Are lurking. A win would put them within 2 points, both Hume and Fitzroy, but they'll also have a game in hand.
So Aku possibly wants to have the early cards up their sleeve, their early destiny to be determined by their own on-court performance, and here is someone who's personified a lot of that. Noah Mark finds his brother Francis. Saini got a good challenge in. A similar look to this Aku side. Lucas Grigg with a slight alteration on his trim in between the sticks. Francis and Noah Mark, two pairs of brothers, Jerry and Angus Angelatos as well, round out their starting side. Mohamed Shafei is the Heart goalkeeper this evening. Seb Wickett, Jaden Watson, Matt Cruz and Farhad Hussaini are all in Rudy Wickett's starters for the evening. And he has restored himself to the Carlton Heart touchline. Lexi the Rocker on the bench, but not acting as deputy manager tonight. Kiwi Mew has got a few at his disposal. Roslan and Xavier Fernandez too, all waiting their introduction, all wanting to make an impact, or maybe hoping that for Melbourne Aku, a side which were promoted to Series Futsal in Season 1 of 2025. This Season 3 in the top flight for them. On this current stint, they will be hoping that a title race could already be beckoning with this buoyant, vibrant young group. And of course, Heart are looking for their first win upon their return to the top flight, and are still looking to shake the yo-yo status as Cruz was driving and couldn't get beyond Francis Mark. A much more gentle start to the evening's second game. Worth mentioning, it's a smashing Sunday in Darebin. Early autumn has been replaced by late summer just for one more weekend in Melbourne's northern corner, as two Angelatoses looking to work with one another, and Watson saw it out. And the misfortune go their way so far this season. They ran Fitzroy close in the cup, they ran Hume close. They have played both of the top two sides in all of their fixtures this season, and now facing the one in third as Mar forced the good foot in from Hussaini.
Real different look to Carlton Heart these days in comparison to the last time they had fielded a playing side in SFE competition. The Harrises, of course, involved. Underwood at one stage also in the mix. A lot more balance these days across the board rather than having top-heavy players.
Well, it's Angelatos' corner. Francis Mark finds Noah Mark, who was unable to spin away beyond wickets. Hussaini was forced out by Angelatos.
look at both lineups. Each side as well. On paper, rather even. Carlton Hart looking to bounce back from a slow start to the year. Now looking for his legs. Finds his brother Noah. Galatos, Francis Marth, the armband on. Chavan Rajab came in firm and fair. Gets it back, Rajab, pounded away by Grigg. Arku looking to counter. Noah Ma running into danger. Seb wicket. Not around Noah Ma.
That's better from Hart, who were just wanting to feel their way into this opening passage of the game. You can see them dropping deeper and deeper, which is what Aku have liked. It allows them, for a side who was so reliant on the counter in their first couple of seasons in series futsal, they now look more comfortable in possession.
Galatos caught on it, a back heel from wicket towards Cruz. Corner Carlton. Saini lurking deep. Cruz to place the ball down. Hosseini, wicket, kept in play by the Wizard. Jerry Angelatos. Noah nipping at the heels was Hosseini. Cruz hits the deck, play resumes, 3 against 2 for Aku. Ma takes it on. Sebs Terrell getting his point across to Matt Cruz, and I quote, 100% ball putty. Seb standing on business. Mr. Terrell, here is Cruz. Not around Angelatos, Ma. Working himself into a confined space. The captain, his armband hanging off of him. Just on that of Francis Ma to start the game, Ethan, is to provide the extra touch rather than playing simple futsal.
He really has. He's evolved as a player so far this season, and I think it's helped Aku go up a level as well. You can see it with a lot of their players. The same could be said of Connor Owen. I think it's the experience of playing in the top flight now that they get that added ability to grow their game.
Angus Angelatos demanded the ball, had the greyhound, threads it for Jerry Angelatos. He's kept the ball in place somehow. GA is confronted by a duo of Carlton Hart shirts. Martha Irwin. Xavier Fernandez awaits his arrival onto the court. Noah Ma. Wicket gets a foot in. Carlton just keeping their shape off the ball. The older Silva, with his experience, will try to provide something special. Scores level. Sides haven't really blinked yet. Heavy press called. In doing so, Hajizada loses possession. Irwin trying to make things happen. No start to this contest. We've already had our fair share of drama at DCSS. Ma short for Irwin. Aku building, they've earned another corner.
See if they can make that early pressure pay off. Noma's take for Angelatos, jab in the way. And wore it full force. As Melbourne Aku's pressure ramps up. Angelatos finds Irwin. Send it back for Fernandez. Silver across. Nomar just peeled momentarily. Despite all their possession, despite all the chances that they have looked to create so far, the set piece opportunities they've had, who have not been able to break through or break down. It's Connor Irwin looking to change that. for Fernandez. Wanted to go the long way around João da Silva and picked his pocket in the end. Hart wanted a foul. Angelatos, Erwin, who belted it. Da Silva blocked. Rajab ran out of room and slide to kept it alive. Mar, Angelatos, Stefano Mar, whose effort is just wide of Shafei's goal. Easily the best that they have produced so far. Just that quicker movement from Aku created the opportunity. It's a lovely ball from Rajab. Hajizada. Da Silva had gone beyond it when he looked to set it back. Now he finds Wickett, who whipped it for João da Silva, and his flick found the arms of a very comfy Lucas Grigg, who flung it onto Mar. Hajizada in the way, hustled by Angelatos. Wickett wanted to clip it for Rajab and couldn't do so. Angelatos then couldn't find Fernandez. And a defensive display as well as an attacking outlook all break down in one. Wickett cut out by Erwin. Silva and him colliding with one another, neither willing to pull out. Kura found well down the line by Da Silva. Challenge from Erwin. Aku's turn to do a bit of defending. Carlton Hart prepping changes, as is QEMU. Kura, Da Silva driving, and Angelatos was there to steer it away from Hajizada. Hart wanting to capitalise on the momentum that they are now building. Hajizada getting not around Noah Mar. This has been a tenser start than the free-flowing fire pit of the first game, as Watson wasn't able to go beyond Erwin. Mar wanted to clip it for Ruslan. Wasn't able to. Very scrappy start. Mention how important rhythm is in the last game. Neither side able to really hit their stride just yet. There's Wickett, Da Silva. Watson had dropped off, and then he went to flick on for Kura. Erwin got up, it fell for Watson once more. Fernandez picked his pocket. Ruslan unable to keep it, but he is able to keep it rolling. This a massive night for Aku. There's Noah Mar. Had it ricochet off him. Da Silva darted across and Da Silva clattered away.
There's Ruslan on court for Aku. Has the sun in his eyes on the far side. Mar. A bit of work to do. Fernandez. Ruslan. Erwin. Building those in green. Carlton holding shape off the ball. Watson. Scored recently. Rather emphatically. There to try to provide some pressure. He's on defensive duties with Mar. Fernandez. Ruslan. Aku starting the season without their esteemed captain of Marcus Fernandez, who watches on with former Aku teammate Christian Peluso, James Norbury in the building. There with perhaps their mentor of Adam Cooper, but like to see that of Fernandez back on court and how he would add such a added freshness to this already decent Aku outfit.
And it's not just him either. James Norbury made the move in the summer just gone as well. So there's two really important pieces to the puzzle that I'm sure QEMU can't wait to get back into the fold, get back out on the court and get back gelling with this team. In the meantime, they've coped very well without them. Connor Owen stepped up, both Mars have, and the Angelatoses have been fantastic additions as well. So Aku are getting the pieces together.
Fernandez cutting it back. Aku wanting a foul. Now look to Lucas Krug, has his Trademark long hair shaved off, donning the Fernandez type look. Wonder if that's becoming a thing inside the Aku camp, looking like their captain Fernandez. Couldn't really envision the likes of Jerry Angelatos, or in fact, that Angus Angelatos, Dan Baker, Francis Marsh shaving their heads. For a greater cause, of course, but wouldn't see why they'd do it on their own accord. As in the centre of the court, Aku have the ball called back, considering they were fouled. Both sides haven't really tested each other yet. It's been a somber start. Fernandez looked for lofts. Shafi unbothered.
Neither have really had that cutting edge so far. There's not been a want to go and take this game on, really. It's been very methodical and very slow in its build-up. It's two teams who are finding their footing, wanting to work the other out. I think in the second half, and towards the end of this first half too, you will see this game open up. It just has had that sluggish start because both sides are wanting to work into their rhythm.
Might play into the favour of FC Carlton Heart, considering they haven't been poor so far this season. They've had difficult tests, losing to Hume, losing to Fitzroy. Have to really find strategy against the likes of Melbourne Aku or the remaining opponents in the competition if they are to find points, as Roslam was trying to open the door for Angus Angelatos.
That was a little bit better as well from Aku. Just that invention, that want to go and be a bit more provocative and ask a question of this Carlton Heart defence. And Ruslan did well to try and slide it for Angelatos. They will need more of that if they are to just unnerve Heart a bit.
Fernandez not around. Hosseini has been tenacious. Ruslan trying to roam around the court offensively as the ball rolls out of play. All Aku so far, no goals to speak of. Nearing the halfway point of the first half.
What has been a cagey second chapter. That's a lovely ball to find Cruz, who wasn't able to keep it alive, but Hosseini starting to find his range. And this game now just getting out of first gear. A very sleepish opening patch of this first half. Fernandez dropped it off for Francis Marr, now JJ Law. Marr once again, face-to-face with Cruz. Flicked on by Hosseini, it benefited Angelatos. Law was momentarily marching, and Hosseini came careening across the clear. The first real flashpoint yet to emerge. Two Angelatos is wanting to link up down the line, unable to do so. You'd feel there might be a bit more purpose to the way that Melbourne Aku wanted to start this game, Adam, considering a win tonight essentially puts them on provisional pole to go top of the table. Kura was unable to get his way through. Harder just playing that role of frustrator so far. Shrouder Silva. Return for Kura, who went through Law's legs and out of play. Spearing ball from Grigg. Angelatos was marching. Hosseini slid in to good effect, and it took the sting out for Shafei. Shrouder Silva. Not away from Angelatos, who got to challenge him. De Silva. Threaded for Kura. De Silva wanted to come crashing through, but was surrounded by Evergreen. And they will be hoping that they don't meet the same autonomal withering in their performance. Melbourne Aku this season, they want to stay evergreen all year long. There's Angelatos, again had nobody further forward. Kura, De Silva, Wicket, who turned into trouble. Law and Angelatos gave him a hand. Grigg went direct, and too direct for Angelatos.
Both sides at the minute struggling to really find their identity in this contest. There's not been much of an idea from both sides. It's showcased in all the fluent turnovers you're seeing from both Carlton Hart and Melbourne Aku. While Nick Parthamos fixes the boardage around the court. You wonder if the game plan from either manager will be changed soon, considering hasn't really been much fluidity to the futsal thus far.
Zangalatos threaded it. Those two linking up. Law again couldn't slide it through. Be about who establishes their identity quicker this evening and who can take their chances. Shafay speared it for De Silva, who's happy to clip back for Cruz. Hard wanting some patience, hoping that will ensue rhythm, and Wicket loses out. A loose one, a stray one. And again, the ball peters out of play. Noah Marr. Angelatos. Tried to draw a jab. Jerry to Angus. Noah Marr once again, and it's clipped into the palms of Shafay.
De Silva for Cruz. On loan from Fitzroy. His father Rob was here last week, taking some very nice flicks. If he's watching, a huge shout out to Rob Cruz. We love your work at SFV and across football in Victoria. As Cruz on court. Made it difficult for Seb Wicker, but Carlton worked it out, and Rajab was trying to find De Silva while the ball was in dispute. Marr pressed upon by Wicket. They go for a tussle. In comes De Silva, now Marr. Angelatos was deep. That's a smashing ball for the captain, and Marr is in. Brilliant ball from Angelatos. It opened things up for Francis Marr, who on the second time of asking opens the scoring for Melbourne Aku.
And it's the goal this game needed. Really, it's a perler of a ball from Angelatos. Splits it wide open with enough pace just to give Marr a yard to run onto. Shafay's first save is a good one, but Francis Marr reacted quickest, reacted calmest, and just gave the lightest of nods beyond him, beyond the line. And for Melbourne Aku, who have struggled to find rhythm so far in this game, it's an all-important goal when they've not been at their best.
It's been a rather slow start to the game, in all honesty. It's not fair on these sides, considering the ferocious game we just witnessed between Fitzroy and Hume to live up to that billing. But in what's been a chess match, Rudy Wicket has the timeout handed in towards Rodrigo, our fourth official. FC Carlton Hart looking to issue a timeout shortly as Marr was testing Shafee. Lofted over the keeper's crossbar, and that will relieve some Carlton Hart tension. They trail by a goal to nil, courtesy of Aku captain Francis Marr, following what was a sumptuous ball from Angus Angelatos to open up the proceedings. 1-0 Aku lead as we cross to timeout. 2/3 of the way through this first half between Aku and FC Carlton Hart. Side in third place after 2 games played with a 1-goal lead. Rudy Wickett issued the timeout, wanting to re-rally the troops and see what could happen following a pause to the action. Ethan, you had touched on the likes of Norbury and Fernandez entering the Aku mix, replacing that of the former flanker of Tal Galpa, who was such an addition, as was Enzo Campagna throughout last year. Those two not emerging at the moment. Not sure about their playing futures with the club, but Norbury entering the mix. A good signing for Hume.
An astute bit of business. James Norbury came with his stock quite high from Carlton, obviously from Moreland, my apologies. Obviously a really, really upsetting injury for him, which curtailed the second half of his 2025. He will be hoping that when he is back, he hits the ground running for his new side, Melbourne Aku, because he's a player who possesses a great talent, a great quality, but a great maturity for somebody of his age as well. So for this Aku side, it's a really important addition because they've missed that metronome that they can run the game through. So to get him and Fernandez as well back, he's like a new signing in and of himself. You then start to wonder as to what they could achieve.
That's what surrounds Melbourne Aku, a question mark on where they go this season. They were fantastic, in all honesty, in stages throughout last year, beating Moreland on a couple of occasions, competitive in matches against Fitzroy. I feel like they're entering a new phase of the long-term succession plan, which Koimu has been developing for some time.
Fruits of his labour starting to be shown. Aku lead it 1-0. Neither side really at their best in this first half. A really scrappy opening run. One which was defined and currently separated by a bit of brilliance. As Wickett went with height for Cruz, Grigg palmed, it broke for Watson, Cruz again lurking, ricocheted out to Rajab around Ruslan, Hart can't steer it in. And then Ruslan had to hammer it away, but that is easily the best they've produced so far tonight. Shafay looked long, and Cruz couldn't get it under. Connor Irwin. Aku looking for maybe more of an insurance goal at this point in time. Fernandez, Connor Irwin for Ruslan. For Lucas Grigg, who wanted to spear it for Noamar, read by Wickett, on for Watson. Irwin blocked. Really, Hart have come from the timeout better. They look to have found some rhythm. De Silva looking to capitalise. It took a deflection and it will be a corner. Rudy Wickett, very quick to issue. He wants his side to complete a routine. Set for De Silva, who stung the palms of Grigg, and then Ruslan came crashing through. Hearts are hunting and Hearts are coming closer now. Just starting to create a couple of looks for themselves and make Melbourne Aku have to defend diligently. Cruz, De Silva. Back for Matt Cruz. Pressed by Xavier Fernandez, who was racing in retreat, as was Wickett, and again it finds touch. Here's De Silva. Hart hunting, Hart searching for a way back into this game. That's a loose one from João De Silva. And that may be a microcosm of Carlton Hart's first half thus far. Does it open the door for Aku to go and grab another? Fernandez, Ruslan, whacked it into Watson. Still both these sides looking for a way through. In fact, it was Hart's last series victory that came against Melbourne Aku. That's coming in the early part of last year. They'd gone so long without a win, without much to smile about. They finally got that elusive victory. It's their most recent to date in the top flight and something they'll be looking to edit. There's Hosseini. Wicket. Set it back for Hosseini. He had De Silva and then was pressed by Fernandez. De Silva went over the top. Wicket's run continued. Oh, wonderful futsal and a brilliant move which is flicked wide. Via a toe from Grigg, and Carlton Hart have a corner. De Silva takes with haste and hit it to the back post, which was most vacant.
Fernandez. Irwin. Ruslan flicking, JJ Law not in space. Joe Akon in the building on the Melbourne Aku technical area. Good to see Joe getting amongst the futsal again. Ruslan, nice positioning. Wicket, chasing. Fernandez. Irwin. Wonder what Shabana Rajab's thinking about right now, considering his side haven't really ignited yet. Haven't been out of this game, just not really in it. Law confronted by a wicket. Aku's side ball. Fernandez to latch on. The officials call it back. Hosseini around Ruslan. Law arrives to block out the intended cross. It's a tinker between being a side ball or a corner. It's basically from the same region. Carlton with the corner. Can they be damaging? And finds an equaliser with half-time beckoning. Cruz places the ball down, chips towards Yalda Silva. Kept rising and rising the effort. Never bothersome upon Lucas Grigg. Angelatos for Angelatos. Fernandez stumbling on his own feet. Chip down towards Jerry Angelatos, who's going to contest with Hosseini. Shafee told to go quickly by Rudy Wicket to Silva. Seb Wicket. Carlton wanting to find rhythm. Cruz to Silva. Wicket. De Silva. Hosseini. Cruz. What can the $1 million man try and find here? De Silva flicks. Hoping to open up the door defensively. Aku locking things down. Law over the top. Foot race ensues. Fernandez. Shafee. No nonsense, out of play.
That's better from Hart, though. Possession-wise, they were more careful with it than they have been throughout this half. They're just slowly starting to find a rhythm and create a couple of opportunities for themselves. That one from De Silva was wanting space without a runner, though.
Speaking of runners on cue, Angus Angelatos wheeling to find something from a tight angle that would test Shafee. Rajab looking to re-emerge. What can Carlton try manufacture? Wicket looking for Yada Silva. De Silva still lurking on the edge of the area. Law was planted. Couldn't get his feet stuck beneath him. In the midst of all of that, De Silva slides to prevent Aku from clearing. Angelatos trying to go around Cruz. Big tackle from Wicket, firm but fair and clean. Now Cruz can advance. Shifts it wide. Hajizada. Not around Angelatos.
Well, but Aku having to hang on a little bit. Just in the closing stages of this first half. Hart with a late surge. Rajab. Deflected off Law, they'll have a corner. Hajizada to take. Rajab at the near post. Set it back for Hajizada, who skipped around Mar, and Grigg came to gather it. Just as he thought he might have worked a yard to be in. Law. Happy to slow the game right down. Angelatos, Law. Not away from Wicket, who picked his pocket, and Grigg denied him. Hart nearly given a gift. Aku switched off momentarily. Wicket for João da Silva. And now Angelatos could go with Rajab to go at, who slid superbly. Plenty of discussion on the Aku bench as Law lashes wide. Half nearing its conclusion. Both managers will be frustrated, not best pleased, not entirely disappointed with how it's panned out. QEMU currently the happier for the reason that despite lacking much rhythm, lacking much fluidity, Aku have found themselves ahead when they have not played well at times. As Law nearly lost out to De Silva once, then twice, and got away. Angelatos was waiting on support. Those two link up. Angelatos was in. Shafei came sliding. The net was vacant, and Mohamed Shafei off his head has steered it over and wide.
Very well done from Shafei to use the momentum of the ball to head over the crossbar. If he handled, he would have been inside his box, but it would have been very fine margins.
Aku have a corner. And perhaps an opportunity to double their lead right as Hart was starting to build some steam. Angelatos, those two link up. Got by Hajizada. Angus Angelatos. A clipping for Francis Marr, but couldn't find him. And João da Silva comes for a quick breather. Cruz. Hajizada. Aiden Power in the game. There's Cruz. Rajab. Threaded for Hajizada. And Angelatos got in the way and ushered him out of play. Neither side a stranger to a late goal. Aku, unfortunate conceders of one against Thornbury not too long ago. Are they about to be on the end of yet more late drama, or are they about to cause it? Noah Marr, who's got power to go at. Power stood firm. It was set back for Angelatos. Marr. Noah finds Francis. Can they double their lead and give themselves some breathing room? Maybe with the release of relief. Aku could play with more fluidity. It's good from Cruz. Finds Rajab, who went spearing, cut out by Angelatos. One finds another. Francis Marr, they'll try and square in, and Angelatos blazed over. A slice.
It was fantastic, unselfish play from Aku. The last pass from Marr, just letting down the move. Unbalanced, it bobbled well. It went towards Angelatos, who's been the difference maker in this game. Is there something late in this half for Carlton Heart? Will they risk anything for reward? Rajab not around Angalatos. 7 seconds left on the clock. The talking point of this first half being the Aku opener. As Rajab putting his ticket in the raffle for a late equaliser. Greg, you'd assume would go long here. 3 seconds left on the clock. Rolls it short instead for Ma. And that will be the half. Melbourne Aku, who are sitting in third place after 2 games played this season, have a 1-goal lead against bottom of the table FC Carlton Heart. The opener, courtesy of captain Francis Ma. We cross to half-time. Can Carlton Heart turn it around? We'll find out after the half-time break, where Aku lead 1-0.
We return from half-time. Two team talks that perhaps could change the course for both of these teams' seasons. Melbourne Aku currently are 2 points off the top of the table itself, but for Carlton Heart, they are still looking for that elusive first victory on their return to series futsal. They have 20 minutes just under to find a way to get themselves to flip this game around. It's been a night of drama. It's been a night where the result has not been decided until the very last. But Aku at the moment hold it. Hearts are looking to change it. Power is surging, and he's played it ahead of Cruz. A second half which both sides will be hoping holds more purpose, holds more guile and fluidity than its predecessor. You can see neither team really wanting to risk losing their momentum, losing their foundation in the first half, and that is why it was cagey, that is why it was close. Chances were at a premium. Francis Marr, the only one to take one so far, and even he did so at the second attempt, and here he is charging. Angelatos was with him, power in retreat, got a foot in to good effect. That much appreciated by Rudy Wickett and the Heart bench. That kind of fire and defensive defiance, something present but now being celebrated. Rajab went sliding, Irwin's touch was loose, it allowed Power to go and pick his pocket, and Galatos came to lend a helping hand, and it fell out of play. Connor Irwin, threaded for Francis Marr, Rajab got a foot in. Hajizada, Cruz, threaded for Rajab, through the legs of Angelatos. Power with a sharp swivel and wins a corner. Cruz got it from the corner and lashed it wide.
Really like to see Carlton with more tenacity in this game. As we mentioned, Aku haven't exactly been firing on all cylinders. They've done what's required, obviously, but they're not looking at their fluent best. In all transparency, from a neutral perspective, the onus on that of the side trailing. It's up to them. It's certainly not a game out of their grasp. It's not just competing, but to win.
All it could take is a 5-minute flurry. And Hard could see themselves having flipped the script. Rashab got it out of his feet just about, and then when looking for Hajizada, only found touch. But to do so, they will need quality. They will need a razor-sharp level of finishing flourish, which has evaded all so far. Irwin. Aku themselves struggling full rhythm, uncharacteristically so. And Galatos wanting the distance to be kept. Cruz and Hajizada being told to retreat. And now they will resume. Marr and Galatos set it back for Marr. Aku wanted a corner, and they will not get one. Still a frustrating second half start. You get the feeling if either team finds a rhythm for 10 minutes, or even just a passage, they run away with this game. And Marr is now running away from Cruz, wanted to thread for Angelatos, and he was a little bit late on his run and unable to steer something more prominent. Power couldn't get beyond. No, Marr.